Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Carlos Reales Dominguez. We are in day 2 of the trial happening in California. Appreciate you guys joining us today, and get settled in, get comfortable, and let's get started. All right, welcome in everybody. Welcome in. Hope everybody's having a good Friday. It is May 29th, 2026. We are in day 2 of the Carlos Reales Dominguez trial out of California. I just got off the phone with the local news channel, and they said they are going to be covering it. I asked them if they could put it on their YouTube page, YouTube channel like last year, and they were going to talk to their digital department, so hopefully that will happen, and we won't have any issues like we did yesterday. And so we'll see. We'll see. They did say they were going to cover it today, so we shall see. So anyway, welcome in, guys. How's everybody doing today? Let's see who's with us. Who is with us? We've got Dina and Carol. Good to see you. Christine Fortunato. Horse Welfare, good vibes only. Iowa Backyard Cam, hello, hello, welcome in. Hellrider, good to see you. Happy Friday to you. Elaine, good to see you. Kimbers, happy Friday to you. Shirley Roth, how are you? Yes, it has been a while. Hope you're doing okay. Green-Eyed Cat, got some French fries? Nice. I love it. Horse Welfare, hit that like button. Yes, yes, yes. Hey, Barry, good to see you. Camilla, doing some exercises, rock and roll. Good to see you. YT Hazel, happy Friday to you. Let's see, let me scroll through here. Let me get up to closer to, there we are. Hellrider saying hello to everybody. Got some lemon pound cake there. Awesome. Brat, good afternoon to you. Hey, lazy boys, good to see you. Nosy Rosie, hope you're doing well. Honey Badger, great streaming day ahead. So grateful for this channel. Thank you for that, Honey Badger. Appreciate that. Hey, Glee Roll, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Scent Bunny, good afternoon to you. Nosy Rosie says, when Carlos talked about it, he didn't have the ability to show emotion. I just felt tears without even thinking about it. Oh, Ember, yeah. There was only one mention of what happened to Ember, one of his roommates that was taking care of Ember. So there was only one mention. Purple Daisy, Heidi, good afternoon. Good to see you guys, or good evening where you are. Kaylee, good to see you. Greetings to you as well. Allison, good to see you. Stella, good afternoon. Trial TV Live family, TGIF to you as well. William and JMS, hello, hello. Seashell, good to see you. Hey, Anthony. Wizard of Ezzy, welcome in. Nice to see you guys. Hector's mom, hello, hello. All right, so let's see here. Yesterday, because they didn't show opening statements completely, they uploaded them onto their YouTube channel last night. So during lunch, I'm going to play all of opening statements. I know it's not going to be in order; it's going to be a little wonky, but we're going to get there. We did catch all of defense openings and then most of state's openings, but I'm going to go ahead and we'll do that during lunch. We'll go ahead and we'll play openings again. Actually, it was really judges' instructions. That's really what I want to get. We got most of the state's openings. It was really just judges' instructions. So I'm going to go ahead and play that at lunchtime, and then we'll just play all of opening statements again. because it was a fits and stops is the only way I can put it yesterday. It was very disjointed yesterday. Seashell, flow state. Awesome. Thank you for that. So, let's hope they have a feed today. Like I said, I called the station. They said they were going to stream it. They said they were going to cover it. They said they were going to stream it. I asked if they could put it on their YouTube channel. And it's funny because it's literally pushing a button, pretty much. You know, you stream it to your website, just stream it over to your YouTube channel. And they said they were going to talk to their digital desk, and they were going to, what did they say? Something of interest. They're going to escalate it to of interest. You know. Anyway, so hopefully that will happen for us today. If not, we'll take it from there. It's really funny because all these channels up there's like 3 or 4 channels that are covering it, right? They're all doing news reports on it. They're like saying, "Oh, this is a big trial," and yet they don't make it very easy to find it, which is sad. I wish they did, especially from last year. They streamed it last year with no problems. So, Bama Green Eyes, good afternoon, I should say to you. I want to say good morning, but it's good afternoon. Wizard of Ezzy, got your pizza order in. Yes, we are bad influences. Our pizza is coming theoretically at 12:30, which is another 8 minutes. So, we'll see. Because it is Pizza Friday. Cannot forget about Pizza Friday. So yesterday we heard opening statements from the state and the defense, and then Aiden Reynolds, he's one that discovered David. He was with another undergrad, and they were monitoring songbirds, and he discovered David along with another undergrad. So I'm assuming that we're going to hear from that other undergrad, and Maria. We'll probably hear from Maria Breaux today. She was witness number 1 last year. They had her come on first, and I liked her testimony. She was good. She was a good witness. Green-eyed cat. Hello, hello. You didn't miss anything. Don't worry. You're all good. You did not miss anything. Heidi, we all love cats and pizza. Yes, this channel is cat and pizza friendly. Bama, hello. We are an hour ahead of you. Yeah, these West Coast trials are interesting for us because I still get up at 6:30 or 7 because of cats. So I still get up at that time, and then I was just like, it was like 10 o'clock. I'm like, what do I do now? So I was going to start working on some food, some Cooking with Chris episodes. I've got a few that I've recorded. I just haven't produced them yet. I think I've got a pesto one. I've got a roasted peppers. So I got to get those produced. So I could use this time to do that. Allison, 5:30 where you are? Yeah, West Coast trials are even more brutal for you guys in the UK and in Europe. I can imagine. I can only imagine, because it's 3 hours for us and then another 6 hours for you guys. So you're looking at 9 hours, 9 or 10 hour difference. Nosy Rosie, your schedule revolves around your doggo too. Yeah. Ambi, hello, hello, welcome in. Good to see you. So for those that are just coming in, I called the local news channel, asked them if they were covering it. They said yes. I said, could you please put it on your YouTube channel? They said they were going to send it over to their digital team. So if it appears on their YouTube channel, you guys can thank me. I'll take credit for that. Why not? I should have said, we've got 1 million subscribers and they're all clamoring to watch it on YouTube. But I did not. So, let's see. Hopefully we'll get a stream. Hopefully we'll get a stream today. Even if it's a few minutes late, we'll still get a stream. Dennis, what local channel? There's a few. There's CBS, was it 10, I think? And let me see. I think it's ABC 10. Is that who it is? Yeah, it's ABC 10. Then there's KCRA. There's a couple channels that are covering it. Wizard, you are the squeegee of justice. After all, media and news say how high when you ask them to jump. Right? Hey, Valerie, how are you? Seashell, you are in Cali? Yes. And I remember last year, it was KCRA, I think, that was streaming it. And they would always kick in late. They'd be like 5 minutes late, so I'm prepared for them to... Dennis, you'll keep a lookout? Sounds good. Yeah, KCRA was the one that we were following last year. And hopefully they will... hopefully they will do what I asked them to. Because that's who was, let's see. That was updated last night at 9:22. Welcome back to About to... Yikes. Ads. Sacramento area leaders launch effort for Major League Baseball expansion team. Yeah, I saw Oakland was moving. Oakland A's are moving to Las Vegas, so it looks like Sacramento's going to get a baseball team. For those that follow baseball and are in the area. I wonder if they're not going to show it live. I wonder if they're going to do what, like they'll upload it like after the day. We've seen that before too. Seashell, thank you for that. 4 months, awesome. Lazy boys, you're a Mets fan. Yeah, ouch. It's gonna be a long summer for. Well, they can always turn it around. It's a long summer. It's a long season, right? All right. And we wait. Let's check over here. Check the courtroom. What are they doing over here? Nothing yet. Jenny G. Hello, hello. Good to see you. I guess until the courtroom feed kicks in, there's not much we can do other than wait. Lazy boys, A's won't have many fans in Vegas. Yeah, you never know. I mean, they're moving there for a reason, I guess, right? Dina, how are you? Brad, I do remember Newton. Yeah, he was great. I still am in contact with him. I texted him maybe a month ago asking him if he was going to cover this trial. He said no law and crime was not sending anybody up to cover this trial. He was out. He did the Hawaiian trial. He was out there. He was the camera operator on the Hawaiian trial. And I asked him if he was going to do, hey, William, how are you? I asked him if he was going to be back up for Carlos, and he said Law and Crime was not sending anybody there. So, yeah, he was great. I'm happy to have made that connection. Okay, here we go. I think we might have something here. Sorry, guys. Of course, there's an ad. But let's see. Ooh, don't want that.
Jury selection still taking place this morning, followed by opening statements and even witness testimony this afternoon. Prosecution started their opening statements arguing that Carlos Reales Dominguez carried out
This is just a news. All right, that was just a news clip. All right, I'm just going to stay here. This is on their website. We'll see if anything comes in. Alice, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Very, very kind of you. Thank you. Happy Friday to you. Lazy boys, are we going to cover the trial? It's 6 months. Well, not quite 6 months. We will be here as long as we get a stream. As long as there's a stream, we'll cover it. If there's no stream, there's no point in covering it. It's 10 weeks, but that's with the penalty phase. So guilt phase, penalty phase. So there's 2 phases. So we're thinking it would be June, July, and part of August, right into Mario and Shanna Gardner. So will we cover the entire trial? It really depends on if we can get a stream or not. Because if there's no stream, there's no point in covering it. So it's so funny. They have feeds. They have feeds on their website. Why don't you just push this over to your YouTube page? All right, now they're just showing repeats of yesterday. Any news on Raul? No, nothing. Colt Gray will be the next big one. That's October, you think? That's gonna come up in September and October. Aaron did a really great video yesterday. He was in court yesterday. Aaron put together a video of that. But yeah, nothing new on Raul. We will definitely cover that, though, for sure. Skrubnik, how are you? Good to see you. So court still hasn't kicked in, huh? All right. Court feed still hasn't kicked in. Yeah, I thought about that, Wizard. I thought about that, but I don't know. I mean, I thought about that. I mean, how exciting is that going to be to
I mean, articles aren't produced every minute.
No, I would watch the stream and then do a recap afterwards. I don't know. It's a possibility, Wizard, but not one that I'm digging. So, I don't know. It's a possibility. It's a possibility. Somebody up there?
No, this is what happened.
Oh. Well, if we go down, one of the kitties knocked our modem off.
Well, it jumped
So-
up on the top.
Yeah.
That I didn't realize how bad it was.
All right. If we go down, blame it on the cats. As always. Brendan Banfield's sentencing is next Friday. Yes, we will cover that. Kathy, how are you? Hello, hello. Good to see you. Jenny G, you guys all need to watch the Colt Gray video posted last night if you haven't. Heidi says that was a great video, Aaron. Ambi saw the viddy on Colt. Well done, Aaron. The viddy. I like that. All day kitty cam. Lazy boys lobbying for kitty cam. Oh, Roger has destroyed the box. We had a box that they have progressively been destroying, and Roger now has destroyed it. He's sitting on it. So he has successfully destroyed the box. He's so funny. He is a silly, silly little boy. Watch Friday's proceedings in the video player below. Okay. Oh, okay. Let me see here. All right, let me grab this. All right. Watch Friday's proceedings in the video player below. See, just stream this to your YouTube channel, guys. Come on. That's all I ask. Put it up on your YouTube channel. All right, I'll put this feed in. We'll see.
The all new Audi.
Everybody in.
All right. Well, at least we have this. We've got. We're gonna wait for this to kick in. This is where we stand. So we have a live feed. We're just waiting for this to kick in. So until that does, I'm just keep checking their YouTube channel. Camilla, you can't tag me? All right, here, let me tag you. Sometimes when I don't tag you guys, or I'm not talkative, or there's been periods of time here, we'll do this. If I don't, hey, itty bitty, how are you? Sometimes if I'm not talking in chat, for some reason, you guys, I've noticed that you can't tag me. There we go. Kimbers, hello, hello, how are you? William, good to see you. Court is definitely off the record. Yeah, if they're not, we saw that yesterday with the camera operator, Wizard, where he said, when I say off the record, I mean off the record. And then after that, he said, okay, we're off the, and they killed it. They killed the feed, which was camera operator learned very quickly. When judge says off the record, judge means off the record. All right, our pizza just came. Good Vibes only says, yep, going through the motions right now, or going through motions right now. Got Manners, good to see you. Itty bitty, hello, hello, welcome in. Camilla says, maybe every time the cameraman hears the word off, he will turn it off independently of it. It is pizza party. It's a pizza party. Kaylee, not even fade to black, more like sudden black. Yeah, that was just, yesterday was brutal. Brutal. Hey, Gordon. Kitty's noisily active today, yes. June, how are you? Good to see you. Pull the plug black. All right. Well, while we wait, we can briefly touch upon what happened yesterday. We missed the judge's statements to the jury, but we have that, so I'm going to play that at lunchtime, and then I'll just play all of openings again. If you guys want to if you missed anything, I'll play that again. But so April 27th, 2023, which is when David Breaux was found. Two men find a man on a bench. There's a pool of blood. There's a knife sheath. Knife sheath was not found on the scene, but it was later found on Carlos upon his arrest. Then April 29th, there was another crime, and that, of course, is Karim. And Dr. Massey hears what he thinks is a bicycle crash in Sycamore Park at around 9:10, and he hears, "Help, help me, oh God, help me." Poor Karim. Ugh, just terrible. Dr. Massey finds Karim and Carlos on the ground. Carlos jumps on Karim's bike and says, "What do you want? Leave me alone," as he pedals away. Dr. Massey performs CPR on Karim, but he can't save him. Two similar stabbings at night, so law enforcement is investigating that. Then May 1st, 2023, everyone's talking about what's going on, right? We saw all kinds of news on that. The city of Davis was on edge. They were gripped by fear, which totally. Then they go to, then he talks about the P&G substation. Kimberlee is there with her group. Isaac Chessman, he thinks the unhoused population is the target, so he gathers everybody together, strength in numbers, all of that. So Kimberlee is in a tent on a phone. She feels someone punch her. Carlos comes to the tent, but it wasn't a punch. It was actually a stab. He stabbed Kimberlee twice in her lower back. She screams out. Others come to her aid. And then fast forward to the third. Carlos goes to a Safeway, which is like a shopping food store. At this time, law enforcement are getting hundreds and hundreds of tips. So he is stopped, and he gives the name John Joas, Joas, John Joas. He used that about a month ago when he was stopped by law enforcement. Then they see this. They look into his bag and they see the stolen Safeway items along with that knife. He's arrested. Law enforcement go to his house and they find a bike. They find clothes that have Karim's blood on them. Then he talks about Carlos grew up in Oakland. He had a 3.8 GPA, multi-sport athlete. Things started to change after he got to UC Davis. He engaged in typical college behavior, partying, drinking, and then this is where cannabis comes in. So they did not talk about cannabis last year. They are not talking about, they didn't talk about cannabis last year, last trial. They brought it up a couple times during cross on some of the psychologists and psychiatrists. But this year, as we've read and we've heard in hearings, they are going to go much more harder on it. I think that's going to be their focal point because it was recreational in 2020 and 2021. He starts smoking more and more. All right, judge is on the bench. Judge is on the bench, but we don't have a feed here yet. So judge is on the bench. I don't know if they're off the record or on the record over there, but judge is on the bench. All parties are present. And we're just waiting for this feed to kick in. Here we go.
Again, we're in the evidentiary phase of this trial, okay? And we're in the people's case in chief. In just a moment, we're going to take more testimony from a witness. But I do want to offer some additional preliminary instructions. And the legal instructions are written by the Judicial Council, and they're referred to as CalCrim.
We just need their audio to kick in.
Don't worry
once
about
we
that.
get their audio.
That's for my own making a record. But anyway, CalCrim
The camera working, now we just need audio.
Instructs. I will now explain
no audio
the
yet.
presumption of innocence and the people's burden of proof. The defendant has pled not guilty to the charges. The fact that the criminal charge has been filed against the defendant is not evidence that the charge
is not on
true.
their YouTube page.
You must not be biased against the defendant just because he has been arrested, charged with a crime, and brought to trial. A defendant in a criminal case is presumed innocent.
Getting there.
This presumption requires that the people prove the defendant guilty
Now we're just waiting for
beyond
audio
a
to kick in.
reasonable doubt. Whenever I tell you that people must prove something,
You can hear
I mean they must prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you with an abiding conviction that the charge is true. The evidence need not eliminate all possible doubt because everything in life is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. In deciding whether the people have proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt, you must impartially compare and consider all the evidence that is received throughout the trial. Unless the evidence proves the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, he is entitled to an acquittal on the charge, and you must find him not guilty. CalCrim 104, you, the jury, must decide what the facts are in this case. You must use only the evidence that is presented in the courtroom. Evidence is the sworn testimony of the witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I tell you to consider as evidence. The fact that the defendant was arrested, charged with a crime, brought to trial, not evidence of guilt. Nothing that the attorneys say is evidence. In their opening statements and closing arguments later, the attorneys discuss the case. Their remarks are not evidence. Their questions are not evidence. Only the witnesses' answers are evidence. The attorney's questions are significant if they help you understand the witness's answers. Do not assume that something is true just because one of the lawyers asks a question suggesting it is true. During the trial, the attorneys may object to questions asked of a witness. I will rule on the objections according to law. If I sustain an objection, the witness will not be permitted to answer and you must ignore the question. If the witness does not answer, do not guess what the answer might have been or why I ruled as I did. If I ordered the testimony stricken from the record, disregard it. Do not consider stricken testimony for any purpose. These rules will make more sense as we get going. You must disregard anything you see or hear when the court is not in session, even if it is done or said by one of the parties, one of the attorneys, one of the witnesses, or even myself. The court's making a transcript of the record. When you go into deliberations, you will have access and may request that testimony be read back to you. Okay? And you must accept that testimony as true and accurate. Now, CalCrim 105, my last instruction. You, the jury alone, must judge the credibility and believability of witnesses. In deciding whether testimony is true and accurate, use your common sense and experience. You must judge the testimony of each witness by the same standards, setting aside any bias or prejudice you may have. You may believe all, part, or none of any witness's testimony. Consider the testimony of each witness and decide how much of it you believe. In evaluating witness testimony, you may consider anything that reasonably tends to prove or disprove the truth or accuracy of that testimony. I'm going to read a list of factors. These are just common sense ways to evaluate testimony. But you'll be given written copies of instructions. And if you're deliberating and there's a question about credibility and so forth, pull up this instruction that I gave you and use the tools. So here are some considerations. How well could the witness see, hear, or otherwise perceive the things about which the witness testified? How well was the witness able to remember and describe what happened? What was the witness' behavior while testifying? Did the witness understand the questions and answer them directly? Was the witness' testimony influenced by a factor such as bias or prejudice, personal relationship with someone involved in the case, or personal interest in how the case is to be decided? What was the witness's attitude about the case and attitude about testifying? Did the witness make a statement in the past that is consistent or inconsistent with his or her testimony? And then how reasonable is the testimony when you consider all the evidence together? Do not automatically reject testimony just because of inconsistencies or conflicts. Consider whether those differences are important or not. People sometimes honestly forget things or make mistakes about what they remember. Also, two people may witness the same event, yet see or hear it differently. Okay, so we are in the evidentiary phase of this trial, and we're in the people's case in chief. One small matter, I have jurors 15 and 16. I gave you a new seat today. So let me know at the end of the day whether you want to sit there or whether you want to sit back where you were yesterday. It'll be your choice. You just let me know at the end of the day. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'll turn to Mr. DeMora. Mr. DeMora, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
Yes, Your Honor. The people call Lieutenant Antonia Diaz.
Okay, let's get the lieutenant. The other thing I should advise the jury before we're getting the witness is that today I have to take a hard break at 10:30, so it's a little earlier today. I have some other business I have to attend to shortly. But we'll be back. It'll be like a 15-20 minute break. It's just an earlier break. Good morning.
Good morning.
If I could have you stand at the podium, thank you for being here today. I'm going to ask the clerk to administer the oath, and then we'll have you take a witness stand.
You just solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now pending before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name, spell your last name.
First name is Antonia. Last name is Diaz. D-I-A-S.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeMora, direct exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Lieutenant Diaz.
Good morning.
Lieutenant Diaz, are you a sworn peace officer?
I am
How long have you been one?
approximately 15 years.
Are you currently employed by the City of Davis Police Department?
Yes.
As a lieutenant currently, what are your duties?
I supervise a unit called the Special Services Unit. It includes the parking, code enforcement, community-oriented policing, and the drone or UAS team.
Back in April and May of 2023, did you have a different assignment?
I did.
What was your assignment then?
I was a patrol sergeant.
Did you have a collateral duty, a side duty?
At that time, I was the team leader for our crisis negotiations team.
Were you a member of the evidence response team?
I was serving in a consultant capacity, I guess you would say. I had been slowly extricating myself from that duty. Yeah, so I would help out.
How long had you been in that duty before you were acting as a consultant?
Probably 10 years. It's an estimate.
Which is why you were probably not solely able to extricate yourself from that role, huh?
Yeah, we're a small department, so we wear many hats.
And probably a lot of knowledge and experience with your role in ERT for that long.
Yes.
Now I'm going to go to April 27th of 2023. Were you on duty or called into duty on that day?
On duty. I was the watch commander for day shift.
When you say watch commander, what is that?
You're the police supervisor who's running patrol at that time, so monitoring the calls that come in for service, supervising the officers that go out and do police work.
So about 11:10, 11:15 in the morning, were you dispatched somewhere?
I was.
Or was that?
To Central Park in Davis.
Is that in Yolo County?
It is.
What was the nature of the call?
There was a report of a male adult who had been sitting on a bench for a period of time, not moving. There was a report that there was a puddle of fluid, possibly blood, underneath him.
And based on that call, were you, as a watch commander, do you typically respond to those calls, or is there a reason why you respond to that call?
Oh yeah, we would respond to those for sure.
When you got to Central Park, did you have a body-worn camera activated?
I did.
And you're familiar with that body-worn camera?
I am.
So showing you just a screenshot of People's Exhibit 3, and get the overhead, please.
Is there stipulations? Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Right, we can move ahead on foundation, and you can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What the exhibit number is this?
3.
Thank you.
Switch the audio quickly.
Court orders relieved of transcribing any audio tapes throughout the trial.
Can whoever called it, can you guys hang out for a minute? So I get people coming that can...
I got 1 moment. Looks like we're having a little technical difficulty here. Two videos playing from the same video.
Let's start that over. Hi.
Homicide looks like maybe stabbed multiple times, been dead for a while. He's got regular sit in, medically called him. Saw you.
All right. Can whoever called it, can you guys hang out for a minute? So I get people coming that can,
Right here.
since it's now a homicide.
You got a knife sheath there. You got multiple puncture wounds that look like they're from a knife.
Okay.
Other side of the body, and then I think part of the blood underneath. So, do you want us to cover it or just leave it, or?
Hey, hang on just a sec. There's a lot of air traffic going on right now. Do you have like a blanket?
Yeah, right here.
So is it like fresh out of a package?
Yes.
Because I don't want to. Okay,
Yes.
perfect. And I can help you do it. We want to do it with like fresh gloves because of any potential
Yeah.
DNA.
I have a
Perfect.
question. You have a question?
Yeah, at 10:30, can you notify Best Pitch, and we're going to need those screens that 53 mentioned, and we're going to have to figure out a way to secure this area. All right. Yeah, so AMR, and then let me get like the people that were on your rig. Let me get that info, and then I'll let you guys clear to go to the next call.
First.
Oh, you guys were first? Okay. All right. Be right back. Let me get some paper, some tape. Next couple units in, pull your cars up on the lawn and see if we can like shield it for now with the cars. I'm gonna do the same. And 40 if you have currency tape. Can you reach Munoz?
At this point, it doesn't. I mean, it's one sort of a guy giving them all the wisdom. And then it's just like, oh, maybe it's like
Case 30 direct line.
And Lieutenant Diaz, that was your body camera from April 27th of 2023?
Yes.
Now, going through that, it appears that you were the first peace officer on the scene, is that correct?
Yes.
You mentioned a couple of names. You mentioned Notified Best Pitch and Notified Munoz. Who are those individuals?
Sergeant Best Pitch was the investigation sergeant, and Lieutenant Munoz was the investigations lieutenant.
Why did you feel it necessary to notify them?
We had the death of a person that appeared to be suspicious, so it's a case that's going to go to investigations almost immediately.
And prior to the time you were sergeant, but prior to being a sergeant, had you been in the investigations bureau?
I was.
And so that would have made you a detective at that time?
Yes.
And so was this something that you had seen before? Let me rephrase that. Had you seen deaths that had suspicious circumstances before?
Yes.
And so based on what you had observed, did you feel it necessary to have a further investigation conducted into it?
Yeah, based on the total circumstances of the case, yes.
And so you drove your car up and body camera onto the grassy area, and I believe you asked for like screens or something like that to shield the body. Why do you do that?
For two reasons, really. Two, so the public doesn't see someone who was deceased in there, and also for the dignity of the person that was deceased.
When you respond to a possible crime scene involving a serious incident, do you also try to preserve the crime scene to make sure that any relevant evidence can be obtained?
Yes.
And do you also try to control the flow of people who access that scene, like walk in and walk out of it?
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about Central Park. Has that park changed from the way we just viewed it on your body camera?
It has. There was a major renovation to the park, and so now there's a water park for children there called Natalie's Corner, in that kind of same general area.
I'm sorry?
Called Natalie's Corner.
Is that bench where the individual you later learned to know as Mr. David Breaux, is that bench still in that location currently?
I do not believe it is, no.
At the time, in April of 2023, the bench where he was located, are there any sidewalks or walking paths to that area?
Not directly, no.
Now, I know you responded in the daytime, it was around just after 11 a.m. So it's obviously natural light that we saw. But at night, have you been to that park at night?
I have, but I don't recall the lighting conditions at that time.
No further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Any cross-exam?
Very briefly.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So you mentioned Sergeant Bestpitch. That is Janelle Bestpitch.
Yes.
And at the time of this incident in April of 2023, she was the investigation sergeant.
Yes.
So she supervised the other detectives assigned to the investigation unit.
Yes.
And ultimately it was Sergeant Bestpitch who would be responsible for assigning various tasks to the different detectives.
Once the investigation sergeant arrives on scene, then the patrol sergeant would be relieved of responsibility for that scene, and it would be handed over to the investigation sergeant.
And Sergeant Bestbich's supervisor, that's Lieutenant Mike Munoz.
Yes.
He was the lieutenant assigned to the investigations unit.
Yes.
So just so we understand kind of the order, it's Lieutenant Munoz as the lieutenant, correct?
Yes.
Then Sergeant Bestbich as the sergeant.
Yes.
And then there are multiple detectives assigned to the investigations unit.
Yes.
You have been assigned to the investigations unit in the past,
Yes.
but at that time, your assignment was patrol sergeant.
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant Diaz.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks, have a good day.
Lieutenant Diaz would not be subject to recall.
Subject to recall, thank you. Okay, Mr. Demora, next witness.
You call Detective Alex Torres.
Let's get Mr. Torres. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Thanks for being here. If you could stand at the podium here, take the oath, and then the witness stand.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now pending before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, can you identify your last for the record?
Alex Torres, Torres.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Demora, direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective Torres.
Good morning.
And Detective Torres, are you a peace officer?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been a peace officer?
About 13 years now.
And I keep referring to the detective, so I can assume that we are talking to a detective in the Investigations Bureau, correct?
That is correct.
How long have you been assigned to the Investigations Bureau?
About 2.5 years.
Now, back in April and May of 2023, because that's going to require me to do math, which I don't want to do, were you in the Investigations Bureau at that time?
I was not.
And so what were you doing at that time? What was your assignment?
At that time, I was assigned to patrol as a corporal.
And at some point, did you apply to be in the Investigations Unit to be a detective?
Yes, I did.
Now, at the time you were a patrol corporal, did you have a collateral assignment on the evidence response team?
Yes, I did.
How long have you been a part of the evidence response team?
At that time, it was roughly 5 years, somewhere around there.
So Lieutenant Diaz just talked about that, about having been on the team for about 10 years, but we didn't jump into any questions about sort of the role of the evidence response team. What does that team do, and sort of what do you do as part of that team?
At the time, in basic summation, the evidence response team is designated to assist investigation with arriving on scene and collecting evidence for the purpose of being able to do crime scene reconstruction, as well as to make sure that any evidence collected is collected in such a way that it can be forwarded to the Department of Justice Crime Lab or the SAC Sheriff's Office Crime Lab, depending on which one we use, to be able to process the evidence for additional information such as trace evidence examination, DNA examination comparisons, and we really just supplement the investigations unit in their investigation. At the time, I was designated team lead, supervising the team.
Now, does ERT, does that team or do members of that team respond to every single crime that occurs?
No.
Sort of what triggers the ERT response?
Typically, it's going to be the crimes that require more specialized evidence collection. So any type of sexual assault, whether it's towards a juvenile or an adult, and when I say sexual assault, I mean the penal code definition of rape, as well as attempted homicide, homicides, shootings, and even stabbings that are typically classified as 245, assault with a deadly weapon.
When you say 245, you're using a penal code, a California penal code section.
Yes.
Based on what you just said, fair to say that ERT responds to most crimes involving people crimes, we call them.
Yes.
All right, so let's go to April 27th of 2023. Did you respond to Central Park at that time?
Yes, I did.
Were you working that day, or did you get called in to assist?
I was working that day on patrol.
And so, being on patrol as a member of ERT, if you get a call for that there needs to be an ERT response, do you have to basically pause your patrol duties and shift over to ERT duties?
Yes.
Now, when you went to Central Park, why don't you tell us, what did you observe when you got there?
When I arrived at Central Park, I went to the northwest corner field that is west of the play structure. There was a male in a seated position on a green bench along the border between the large play structure fence line and that open field. His upper body was leaned back against the back of the bench. One arm was sticking out from the outer layer of his clothing down on the bench seat. His other arm was further up against his upper chest, and his feet were on the ground as he was seated. Looked like there were several puncture wounds to his clothing area on his left arm and right side.
So I'm going to cover a couple things. So you said his other arm was up, resting on his chest area. So you, for the record, you took your left arm, you had it just sort of draped across your chest from left to right, just below your chest.
Yes, bent elbow and arm left to right up against the chest under his clothing, outer clothing.
You said one arm was outside of what appeared to be a sweater or sweatshirt?
Yes, it was several sweatshirts that were outer clothing, but his right arm was out and down to his right side.
All right, now I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 2 photographs. Let me get the overhead. On People's Exhibit 2, showing you photograph ending 0427. You recognize this, Detective Forrest?
Yes.
Right. Is this the area that you responded to as part of your ERT duties on April 27th?
Yes.
Now, where is this, if you can, describe for us geographically where this is in the park? Which directions? North, south, and what streets are there?
So this is the far north side of the park, the north section of Central Park. At the top left corner of the screen, you can see 5th Street, which runs east to west, and it is the north barrier, as it were, or north segment that where the park ends. It ends and there's 5th Street.
For a second, right there. Do you have a laser pointer up there?
Yes, they do.
Perfect. You can use that to sort of describe what we're talking about.
So up here at the top left corner of the screen, that is 5th Street, which goes west to east. And this whole section is in the north section of the park. This area right here is the enclosed play structure that has a black painted metal fence line around. This is a bench that is on the edge of it, and this is the open field that's the northwest corner of the park.
And so, just for the record, you were circling the enclosed play structure is the center to the right of this photograph.
Yes.
Takes pretty much the upper right-hand quadrant of the photograph, bleed a little bit to the left.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Davis Farmers Market?
Oh, yes.
I'm excited about that. You must frequent it.
One of the duties on patrol is every Wednesday and Saturday to tow vehicles that are parked in the no parking lane that is C Street, which is on the east side of the park. So every Saturday morning, roughly around 4 a.m. all the way to about 6 a.m., the person that runs the park, runs Farmers Market, calls us. We go out there, we tow it. I'm very familiar with this park.
So where is the Farmers Market? I know it's probably off the screen, but can you just, for geographical purposes, sort of point the direction of that?
Yes. So essentially, Farmers Market is south of this play structure along C Street. Typically, the outer, more political, I don't know what to call it, tents are lined up on C Street here, but everything that's sales and food and those type of purchase items are further to the south.
Showing you next picture on Peoples 2, photograph name 0429. Oops, not sure. All right, so are you familiar with this overhead view of Central Park?
Yes.
All right, so probably should have started with this one and then zoomed in on the other one, but here we are. So off to the left, is that 5th Street that you were just pointing to in the previous photograph?
Yes, it is.
Down at the very bottom, what street is that?
That is B Street.
And then we were talking about the farmers market. Would that be the political booths and stuff would have been up at the top?
It would be it's out of frame for this photo, but yes, it's further up here to the east.
Now, with this park, at the time, well, I should say currently it doesn't look like this anymore, correct?
It doesn't look like this currently, no.
So, focusing on the grassy area in here where we see these vehicles and where this green park bench is, has all of that area been renovated?
Yes, it has.
So, at the time that you responded on April 27th, how many benches do you recall being in that area, in that grassy area?
Approximately 3.
Are you able to point to them on this map?
Yes.
Okay. The laser pointer, if you wouldn't mind.
The first bench is right here, which is up against the black fence line where the male I saw was located. And then further southeast is about 45 feet away is from the first bench is the second bench here, and again up against the fence line, and then just beyond it by about 20-25 feet is a third bench right here on the other side of what was formerly the Gandhi statue podium.
And so the bench where we found the male later identified as David Breaux, that's the northernmost bench in that park at that time. On
Yes.
the grass.
Yes.
To get to that bench, I know there's that enclosed park area that you were talking about behind it, or the enclosed play structure.
Yes.
At the time, were there any gates or access points from that fence to get to that bench where Mr. Breaux was found?
No.
To get to that bench, are there any paved access points to it, like walking paths, sidewalks, anything like that?
No.
Do you remember at the time, back in 2023, what the lighting was like at night in that park?
Yes.
Describe it, please.
Low light conditions. We have several lamp posts that are located along the east side, a lamppost in the park area, the enclosed park area. It might be on just the exterior of the fence line. At night, it tends to be rather dark around this westernmost fence line of the park, of the play structure. There are street lamps along B Street and along 5th Street that provide slight illumination at night to the western part of the grass area, but it tends to be dark around these tree lines along the fence line.
And even though there's some light posts around there, and maybe doesn't do a good job in this photograph, but it looks like there's some very, very tall trees behind the bench, just behind it on the other side of the fence.
Yes.
And so, have you ever, prior to April 27th of 2023, have you ever had to respond to that area of the park and just, for whatever the reason, but observe the lighting sources at the time?
Yes.
Was it at the time you did that, was it easy to walk through there without a lighting source?
It is easy to walk through that area without a light source because of the further light that's further away does provide general outline for up against the black fence line, but also it's the fact that the grassy area is wide open and kind of flat. You can't run. I would use my flashlight to move quickly, but moving slowly when I'm trying to sneak around, I have done that without lighting.
In that park before?
Yes.
So relatively flat, easy to walk through, but difficult to see. Is that fair to say?
Yes, fair to say.
Now, back in 2023, before the park was renovated to have the splash pad there, did you know, and if you don't, please let us know, did a lot of unhoused individuals sleep in that park?
Yes.
Typically, if you know, where would they sleep?
Typically, it was also the reason why I snuck around without my flashlight. The main focus was the Hattie Weber Museum. There's a Hattie Weber Museum has the main Hattie Weber Museum building, but there's a breezeway that separates it from the bathrooms for the park. And in that breezeway is a favored location. More than likely when I come up for calls, they're going to be there. There's also the outer fence line where there's bushes or trees, and then as well as, well, no, dominantly it was that area for Hattie Weber. Yeah.
And I asked that because was this a place where there was basically a lot of privacy where a person could sleep and not be disturbed?
Yes, along the fence line and bushy areas and Hattie Weber Museum, yes.
All right, just for reference, I know we kind of alluded to this, but on this photograph, is north the left side of this photograph and south the right side?
Yes.
And then east the top and west the bottom?
Yes.
Now if I were to go, or anyone were to go west on 5th Street, where's UC Davis campus in relation to that?
UC Davis campus is 2 blocks to the west.
Now, your response on April 27, 2023 wasn't your only involvement in the overall investigation of David Breaux, correct?
Correct.
So I'm not going to jump too far ahead in terms of everything, but are you familiar with the location of 762 Hawthorne in the city of Davis?
Yes.
Where is that in relation to, and doesn't have to be specific, but geographically, where is that in relation to his park?
It would be about half a mile west and slightly about a block to a block and a half north of the park.
Okay, so you drive or transport downward and then off to the left.
You transport down, which is west, and then if you're traveling west, to the right, which is north, to get to towards Hawthorne.
You're making the bailiff a little bit nervous without leaving.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I know. I gotta be careful.
We're going to see a map later.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, cool.
Gives me an opportunity to advise the jury. You're going to see locations and so forth, and some of you may be familiar with some of these locations. It's important to remember, don't investigate, okay? If you go by one of these locations just in the normal course of your daily living, okay, that's fine, but don't stop to investigate or anything like that. And it's really important to rely on the evidence in court and not your own recollection. So if you find yourself in the jury deliberation room and this subject comes up, if you find yourself saying, well, I'm familiar with that, I know it looks like XYZ, that's something you don't want to do. Rather, refer back to an exhibit, refer back to the testimony that you heard in court. So it's important to do that. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so transitioning back to the reason why you were dispatched to Central Park. Now, did you respond to that bench where Mr. Breaux was located?
Yes.
All right, now, you described his body, his positioning, and certain things. Were you there also to look to gather evidence that may be relevant in determining what happened to him?
Yes.
All right, so apart from what you physically observed of him, what did you observe in the areas surrounding his body?
Outside of his physical body.
Yes.
What's around him?
Let me rephrase that question. So, we talked about him and how he appeared. Anything around him that you observed?
Yes.
Like what?
Near the bench, within 10 feet, was a blanket, a knit blanket, fringe on the exterior, brown and red in color. There was also a black leather knife sheath.
If I may approach and grab the exhibit, Your Honor?
Let me stop you right there.
Okay.
This is our breaking point. All right, so we're going to take a, thank you, Detective. We're going to take an early break today. We'll get you back in 20 minutes. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, remember three-part admonition: don't discuss, don't research, don't form argument opinions. And morning break, let's be back. Let's make this 20 minutes. And
All right, 20-minute break. Camera operator's not even waiting for him to say off the record. He's just like, he heard break and he's like, that's it, I'm done. That's really fun. Oh. That's really, really funny. Camera operator is like, yeah. All I heard was break and I'm like, yep, done. That camera operator is not taking a chance. Not taking a chance. Too funny. Okay. All right, so excuse me. So Detective Torres, if you guys remember, if you watched last year, he was one of my favorite witnesses, and I know this is really like dark humor, if you will, but he just seemed so, I don't know if jovial is the right word, but he would be like, he would look at, he would have a question asked of him, and then he would look at the jury, he would be like, yes, and it just over the course of time, he was called like 4 or 5 times, I think, They called him up quite a lot. It's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, they called him up 4 times, I think. I think he was called up like 4 times or something like that. So anyway, yeah, he was always like, yes. Anyway, all right. So we heard from Lieutenant Antonia Diaz. She was first responder. She was the first to arrive at the scene where David was found. She responded around 11 a.m. on April 27th, 2023. They played the body cam video. It's played for court, but we could only hear audio. And as we were talking about in chat, they're not going to play body cam when it's graphic and out of respect for family and whatnot, and the dignity of the deceased, as she was saying. And then under cross, Mr. Hutchinson was going on about Sergeant Bestpitch, and Lieutenant Munoz, I think was Munoz. So I remember Bestpitch. I remember her from before. I think he goes. One of these detectives got demoted, I think, because there was some kind of violence or something like that. So she was the investigation lead. So she was the investigative lead. She was supervising 5 detectives. All right, so that's from the last trial. All right, so then we now have Detective Alex Torres. He processed David's scene. He says he's the team lead. So we'll have to see how that plays out, because we're not sure if it's Bestpitch. Maybe she's the investigative lead and he's the team lead at David's scene. He kind of goes over what he saw. David was on the bench. His feet were on the ground. His left arm was on his chest, bent at the elbow. His right arm was outside of the clothing. He had several layers of clothing. He was wearing several layers of clothing. His left arm and right side had puncture wounds. There was a knit blanket with fringe about 10 feet away, and there was a black leather knife sheath that they found there. So, all right. All right, what are you guys talking about? Yes, Christine, they're on a lunch break. I'm sorry, not lunch. They're on a 20-minute break. They take breaks morning, afternoon, and then lunch break from noon until 1:30. As I see Aaron is saying there, the 20-minute break. Bam, a camera operator doesn't need to be told twice. Yeah, that was really Kaylee, for sure. All right, let's see. Horse welfare, thank you for the... what did you drop? Sometimes I can see them, sometimes I can't. What did you do here? I'll thank you for the gift. Oh, there you go. Sent 100 100s. What are those? Just 100s. Thank you for that. Appreciate that, horse welfare. Alpaca, yes, you might have caught up then. Yes, if you're hearing me right now, you're caught up. Oh, and we're at 105 likes. If you guys don't mind, take a moment. If you hear my voice, please take a moment and hit the like button. We appreciate that. YouTube appreciates that. Cajun Bayou Queen, hello, welcome in. Good to see you. Please take a moment and hit the like button. Show us that, show YouTube you are not a robot. We know you're not, but YouTube wants to know. Let's see if we can get to 110. We're at 107. Let's see if we can get to 110 likes before the break is up. Let's see. Iowa Backyard Cam says these camera people are much more on track than Tyler Robinson's crew. Didn't watch that one, so I don't know. Hey, Crunchy Frog, how are you? Good to see you. There you are. Welcome in. They're on a break right now. 20-minute break, and they have been on a break for 5 minutes. 6 minutes, yeah, about 6 minutes. All right, ooh, we're at 115. Wow, awesome. We went from 105 to 115. Thank you for that, you guys. Appreciate that. 116, 17, awesome. Thank you for hitting the like button. Appreciate that, you guys. Thank you. Tammy and KS, you hit the like button early this morning. Thank you. Appreciate your support. All right, let me see here. So Judge was talking, it sounded like he was going over jury instructions again, which was really weird, but I think he was just talking about evidence. Like, it threw me for a loop because I'm like, you guys are like, we heard this yesterday. I'm like, no, it's live. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. And I said, well, I was telling Aaron, if they go to Demora's opening statements, then we know it's not live. But it was on the website, it was on the YouTube channel, and it was also on the court feed. So we're like, no, this is live. I don't know why he chose to do that again. I'm not quite sure. So hitting the like button makes the squeegee of justice very happy and appreciated. Thank you. Ooh, 121. Awesome. Good job, guys. Thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you. Horse welfare. I love that our chat hits that like button. Yes. Terry Trial Watcher liked number 119. Yeah, we're up to 121. Fantastic. Thank you, guys. Really, really appreciate that. Let's see here. I feel like we just got started and they're already taking a break. Yeah, they were only there for like an hour. And they're already taking their break. Alpaca, that went up quick. Yeah, you were the 98th. It's amazing, right? It's amazing. But we do appreciate that. All right, so let's see. Who do you think we're going to hear from today? I'm wondering, I'm going to look back at my notes from the first trial because I like to compare and contrast. So let's go back to trial number 1. And day 1, trial number 1, day 1. Actually, we're in day 2. So day 1, they got Maria Breaux, sister, obviously. Aiden Reynolds, who we heard from, Ian Halliburton, those two discovered, Aiden and Ian discovered David. Then we heard from Antonia Diaz. Okay, we heard from her. Detective Torres, we're hearing from him. And then Sergeant Lewis Cameron, he was a drone operator. All right. So far we've heard from 3 out of the 6 from trial number 1. We've heard from 3 out of the 6. So let's see if they continue. Looks like Detective Torres went 2 days. He went day 1 and into day 2. So we'll see if how close they follow it. I would assume we're going to hear from Maria and Ian. I don't know why we wouldn't. Well, we heard from Aiden. Do we need to hear from Ian again? And then the drone operator, Sergeant Lewis Cameron. So we'll see. Cajun Bayou Queen. Awesome. Oh, wait. Oh, that's Trial TV Live. Thank you, Trial TV Live, for the 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. Cajun Bayou Queen. Crunchy Frog. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Good job. Alex the Dane Mom, you always need a reminder. Carol, left your DNA on the like button. Nice. Yeah, good job. Good job. Yes. Good vibes only. Thanks for the gifted memberships. Good catches. Lisa, hello. You live in Davis over 40 years now. You're sorry you're only a sometimes chatter. No problem. If anybody is in the area and you want to go to the trial and you want to call in, please let us know. Just email us and say, yeah, I'm going to be going to the trial and I'll call in. It's totally up to you. But if you have a burning desire to go to the trial and then call in afterwards and talk to us, we would love to hear from you. But thank you, Lisa, for popping in. Appreciate that. Whatever local perspective you can give us, we will absolutely be happy to listen to you. We always like the local perspective. Scent Bunny 123 finally found your phone. Oh, and I see 123 likes. Awesome. Thank you for that. All right, so we're currently on a 20-minute break. I've been out for about 10 minutes or so. As we're waiting for, yeah, we got about another 20 minutes to go. I'm sorry, 10 minutes. It's a 20-minute break. They've been out for about 10. Let's see, Living Ghost. Minnesota is a difficult state to stream trials in, but would be fun to cover a trial for my high school classmate that's a Ramsey County judge. That would be fun. I don't think we've ever watched anything out of Minnesota. Right? Wisconsin and Iowa. Michigan. I don't think we've ever done anything out of Minnesota. No. I don't think so. Terry asks, I wonder if the dad will testify again. He didn't like missing work last trial. Yeah, and we also heard some new knowledge was dropped by Mr. Hutchinson in his opening, the defense opening. He was saying he was throwing dad under the bus left and right. He talked about let's see. Let me go back to what it was. Now I can't. Oh, father claims it was a family friend, but that's not true. Okay, yeah. When Carlos was placed in an SUV and handed off to coyotes to smuggle him into the U.S., father claims that it was a family friend. So that's one. That's pretty huge. That's pretty huge. Well, both parents abandoned Carlos with Carla's mother. That's Carlos's grandmother. So I thought there was another time where that both relatives have schizophrenia. Father has covered that fact. So those are two huge moments, right? Those are two big. Yeah, justified. Thank you. Yeah, I just ran across that. Yeah, dad didn't disclose his own mental health issues, or it's his family. We're not sure if it was him or a family. And then also, dad said it was a friend of the family that was the coyote, and it wasn't. Hey, Michelle, how are you? Welcome in. So yeah, justified. Good. Good remembering there. Living Ghost, Minnesota, all parties have to agree to allow streaming. They made an exception for Chauvin due to closing the court because of the pandemic. Living Ghost also says, just about all the time in Minnesota, the defense doesn't want streaming, so it doesn't happen. Yeah, I wonder why. I guess they think that it's going to taint the jury pool, I guess. They always say, oh, we have prospective juror is going to see it. I don't know. Justified Ancient says, sorry, thought they said it was his own issues. It very well could have been. It very well could have been. I'm not... questioning it. I'm just saying, has very close relatives on both sides that have schizophrenia. His father has covered that fact. So that's just what my notes say. That doesn't necessarily mean he didn't say something more or I missed something. Dad very well could have. I mean, Dad could, well, I can't imagine Dad has schizophrenia, but maybe his brother, maybe it would be his uncle or something. Or maybe Dad has, depression, who knows. But I'm just saying my note says he has very close relatives on both sides that have schizophrenia. So it just made me jump, that I had not heard that. That's the first time I heard that. Itty Bitty makes you wonder about the other children. Well, we heard from Mia, right, last trial, and she seemed pretty together, right? She was only, 13, 14, I think? So she's going to be 1 year older. She'll be 15 now. So she seemed, although her birthday's December 29th, so she seemed okay. But then there's Dylan. And then there's Dylan as the younger. Well, they're both younger. So it's Carlos, and then it's Mia, and then it's wait. I'm sorry. It's Carlos, and then Dylan, and then Mia. I think Mia's younger. I think. I'm not 100% sure. Let me look that up. Yeah. So Dylan was born in 2007, so he's only 5 years difference, and then Mia was born in 2011. So she's 4 years younger than Dylan, and then 9 years younger than Carlos. So it goes Carlos, Dylan, and then Mia. So, yeah, I have no idea about Mia and Dylan. Justified says Carlos seemed okay until he wasn't. That's true. Yep, and there's that. Bama Green Eyes, I wonder how Mia is treated. Yeah, she's still there. I guess Dylan he's 2007, so he'd be 20 next year, so he's 19. What's Dylan doing? Is he at school? Is he living at home? Is he working? What's his deal? I don't know. I don't know anything about Dylan other than he's the middle sibling, middle child. All right, so they're on a 20-minute break, and they are about 19 minutes into that break. So they should be coming back pretty soon. Karina says schizophrenia isn't diagnosed until late teens or 20s. Yeah, we've come to learn that through this trial. The first trial, really was educational for me because we had covered a couple trials before. I think Chloe Driver was one. I can't remember if she was before or after. I think she was before. But then since this trial, we've covered Bianca Ellis, and this trial was really educational for me. I learned a lot about schizophrenia. I learned a lot about just mental illness, how California inmates are treated. So this was a very eye-opening educational trial for me. And that is one thing that we learned is that for men, it comes on 19, 20, 21, late teens, early 20s. Yeah, it's very, very debilitating, very debilitating. So, Jane, wait a minute, there you are, Jane. Hello. All right, Camilla said, you asked Dr. Gemini if schizophrenia was recessive. I got this reply. Because the genetics are so complex, schizophrenia does not pass from parent to child in predictable ratios, like a 25 or 50% chance. Interesting. While a family history of the condition increases your overall risk, the vast majority of people with no schizophrenia have no immediate family members who share the diagnosis. All right. Dr. Gemini. I like that. Dr. Gemini. All right. We are waiting for them to come back. Chloe Driver was before? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so she was before Carlos. I still think there was something weird going on with that whole crew, and it wasn't all Chloe's fault, but that's a conversation for another time. Was it Z? Remember Z? And I'm forgetting the names of those of the players. But yeah, Chloe Driver is sad, but it was also, I'm not 100% convinced. I think there was something else going on there. Good vibes. Oh yes, I agree. That was wild. Yeah, the weird male friend, Z was his name. I forget his full name right now, but yeah, he went by Z. And then there was the guy that testified. Z actually got up on, I think, during sentencing phase. He was there. I have my notes, but I just have to go back and look at them. But yeah, that was. You remember it was urine therapy? Remember that whole thing? They would drink their urine and stuff. Like, what are you doing? Green-eyed cat, pumping the fries. Happy Friday. All right, so their 20-minute break is a little bit past 20 minutes, so we're just waiting for court feed to kick back in. You remember that, Good Vibes? Yeah, do you remember that? It's just wrong. Yes, the girl in yeah, she took out her kid. Yeah. She thought, I think she thought that, like, she was upstairs with the child. I can't remember the baby's name right now. And then Z came running up and he found her. And I don't know. There was just some weird circumstances. There were some weird circumstances about that. Oh, wait. Who is Aaron? Jason. Jason was the drinker. Yes. Jason. Thank you, Aaron. Jason. That's right. Jason. Let's see. Crunchy Frog. Really good trial. Really interesting. Lisa Davis fact. The reason Central Park was renovated with a splash park was to honor Natalie Corona, a young Davis officer who was unalived in cold blood a few years back. Oh, that's nice. Hannah, was that her name? Bama Green Eyes? Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds right. Good vibes. Yeah, I think her name was Hannah. Yeah. Nosy Rosie, not yet. They said 20 minutes and it's been 25-ish, 24, 25. So we're getting there. Audrey Chance. Yeah, it was tough. That was a tough trial. I still wasn't 100% convinced on Chloe's 100% guilt. There was just something, I think the whole thing of Z running upstairs, it just kind of didn't quite fit. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. He does like his breaks, and long breaks too. 20-minute break, and they just started like an hour ago. So they go from 12:30 to 1:30. They take a 20-minute break. Then they're going to have an hour and a half lunch. No wonder it's going to be a 10-week trial. They're only going to be there for like 4 hours with all these breaks. But judge likes to have his jury refreshed. Nothing wrong with that. Judge is in a meeting or solving another matter. Could be. Well, the court feed is off. There's no YouTube feed, and the website is not on either. So everything's offline right now. So they're not on the record. Let me put it that way. They're not on the record. Justified. Ancient said, Chloe locked the door so she wouldn't be stopped, and she had that go bag sketch. Well, the go bag also, remember, she tried to escape. Throw that out there. That she tried to escape, and they grabbed her in the middle of the street. You guys, you remember that? So she was trying to get away from them. So I don't know. I think there's definitely something else going on. They were like a cult. Jason was he ran into the law in California. If you remember, I think he was telling a girl that he was going to go after her parents and take them out. I mean, it was a lot. It was a lot. He said the jury about it before they started. Okay. You think Chloe wanted to hurt Z? Well, he was right. I mean, he was the leader of a. I don't know. I think there was some brainwashing going on there. She was like 16. He was 30. Remember that? Or 15? He found her at a bus stop. I think he was 30 and she was 15 or 16. I mean, there was definitely something was going on there. That's, you know. Oh, all right. Looks like they might be coming back. They might be coming back. At least they're booting up. They're booting up their, powering up their, what do you call it? Their system here. Court feed is still off there, so they're not on the record just yet. Tosh, hello. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Crunchy Frog says, yes, it was running in the traffic, everything. She really had it hard, and I felt like there could have been mitigating factors considered for her. Yeah, just something just wasn't, something was off with that. Something was off with that. Elaine, judge did say it had something to attend to at 10:30. Okay, hence why the early break. Gotcha. Early break and long break, too. Hello again, Kimbers. Kimberlee, hit the like to bring the judge. Bring back the judge. We're at 129 likes. So good job there, guys. Anthony saying hello. Or thank you, I should say. The court feed is still down. This, at least we have a non-logo. Honey Badger sent some sunshine. I wish I could pull those up. I can't pull those up. Yeah, I wish I could pull those up. I can pull up that, but I can't pull up what you guys when you guys do those. So thank you for that, Honey Badger. Appreciate that. Donna, hello from the UK. Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. Selena popped in to hit the like button. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. California weather got so cold your tortoise went back to hibernation. Wow. Good vibes. Awesome job on the thumbnail. Like how you included the shadow figure. And that's his poem. That's the poem, Knife in My Hand. Where they bring up that poem in the first trial. They brought that poem up. It was a joint effort. It is true. It was a joint effort. All right. And we are waiting. It's 2 o'clock on the East Coast, which means it's 11 o'clock in California, where this trial is taking place. Thank you, Good Vibes. Appreciate that. Silver Fox, hello from Ontario. Shore Life, how are you? 17 months. Nice. 17 months for Shore Life. Time flies. Love you guys. 17 months. Thank you, Shore Life. 17 months. Silver Fox saying hello from Ontario. It is now 11:01. Good Vibes thanking Shore Life. Thank you for being a member for 17 months.
With us. And he's going to take a seat in the witness stand, and we will continue a direct examination.
When we left off, we were talking about items that you had found around, or you observed around Mr. Breaux's body, and you'd mentioned a knife sheath.
Yes.
So. Take people's knives. Once you get gloved up, wouldn't mind opening that up. And is that the knife sheath that you located next to Mr. Breaux?
Yes.
All right, so if you wouldn't mind describing, well, I should say this, are you familiar with knife sheaths?
Yes.
Okay, how so?
I own several different types of knives: hunting knives, Bowie knives, boot knives, throwing knives.
Now, you threw out a bunch of different names there. Are you familiar with, and I'm going to use more of a generic term, fixed blade knives?
Yes.
Do any of the knives that you just listed off fall into the category of a fixed blade knife?
Yes, they all do.
Okay. Wish I would have known that.
Yes.
So, with the fixed blade knife, based on your own experiences with them, as well as your role in this investigation, do they all come with a knife sheath?
Yes.
And what's the purpose of the sheath?
The purpose of the sheath is to provide protection when wearing the knife or transporting the knife so someone doesn't cut themselves on the blade.
Now, that sheath that you have right there in front of you, people's knife, does it tell you what type of knife it goes to, like the make and model?
Yes.
What is it?
Smith & Wesson. It's imprinted on the clip.
Now, talking about that clip, do you know what the purpose of that clip is for?
Yes. The purpose of the clip is so that it can be secured on a belt loop. That's why there's a separation of space on the clip in the center. But at the bottom of the clip, there's an actual like indentation that leads back into the sheath so that it can be held along a belt loop or on the top of a boot.
So, based on that, based on what you're observing, what you're just testifying to, as well as your own personal experience with fixed blade knives, is that sheath supposed to go inside your waistband or outside your waistband?
On the outside of the waistband.
And say the waistband, is it supposed to be carried just outside where it's accessible to your hands?
Yes.
Now, does that knife sheath have any sort of latch or something to basically secure the blade or the knife from falling out or anything like that?
Yes.
And if you could point to that.
At the very top of the sheath is a, press button securing latch.
Do you have one of those on the knives you own?
Yes.
So how does that work?
So essentially, when it's closed and properly clasped, with a knife in the sheath, the guard hangs on that so it doesn't accidentally fall out of the sheath.
When you say guard, what's a guard?
So typically with a sword or a knife, you have the main blade, then a guard that separates the handle from the blade. The guard is usually wide so that the webbing between your thumb and your fingers don't slide forward beyond the handle and cut yourself on the blade while you're using it.
And the level of pressure, at least if you do with that, how much pressure does it take to flip off that thumb brake?
Shouldn't take very much.
Are you able to secure it?
Yep. It is now on.
Okay. Can you open it up?
And it is now off.
Okay. Based on your experiences with that type of sheath and everything like that, if it's secured, does it ever hold it upside down or swing the sheath with the knife stay in the sheath?
It is designed to do so.
Fair to say it's designed to be, the knife and the sheath are designed to only be deployed by human interaction.
Yes.
Now, I'll show you some exhibits from people's about 100. No, it's 108. There we go. All right. Going through these photographs. Yes, and there are going to be many graphic photos we taped on the live stream.
Yeah, no live stream, no video. That's at order of the court.
Thank you, Your Honor. And take the course, can you hear me if I sit right here and go through the video? Or
Yes.
Photographs? Okay. So, photograph 7. You ready for it? Yeah, I'm ready for it. All right, photograph 7334. Describe what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is a photograph of David Breaux as found on the bench in the park.
Now, when we had seen the overview of People's Exhibit 2, this is that northernmost bench in that grassy area of the park.
Yes.
The white towel or blanket that's on him was, to your knowledge, was that placed there by medical personnel?
Yes.
At some point, did you or other members of evidence response team or law enforcement remove that?
Yes.
What's the purpose of that blanket?
The purpose is to hide the deceased from public viewing.
Moving to image 7336. I'm going to use this double screen. All right, what are we looking at here?
This is the blanket and knife sheath near David Breaux.
And that's the knife sheath that we were just talking about that you have in your hand.
Yes.
About how far away was that knife sheath from what it looks like Mr. Breaux's right leg?
Not very far, within 5 feet, the sheath itself.
Okay, showing you image 7338. You can tell us what we're looking at here.
The center photo is the right leg of David Breaux and his foot, and just to the bottom left is the knife sheath and the blanket found next to the knife sheath.
Did you or anyone else find a knife that matched that knife sheath at Central Park?
No.
Now, underneath the bench, right there, right behind Mr. Breaux's right leg, can you see that?
Yes.
All right. What, if anything, is of significance there?
It is loose brown dirt.
That dirt there, did you find any dirt that was similar in color or texture on Mr. Breaux's body?
Yes.
Where?
On his right knee of the outer clothing of his sweats, on his left leg, going from bottom of the leg all the way up to his left side, and also on the base of the shoes.
Can you approach?
Okay. Okay. Off the record. Feel free to stand on the stretch.
So it seems like a little sidebar, maybe. Mr. Demora asked to approach. So possible sidebar. Yeah, and cut to black. Horse welfare, yep. And cut to black. All right, so they came out of the break. They're talking about this black knife sheath is displayed to the court.
Photograph 7338.
And they're back.
We're talking about the dirt. So I think the last thing you mentioned was also on his shoes. Is that correct?
Bottom of his shoes, and also the front upper chest area and bottom stomach area of him.
Based on what you were investigating at the time and your observations, did you have any opinions as to how that dirt may have gotten on Mr. Breaux?
Yes.
How?
That he had been on the dirt on his left side, and at some point on his stomach, and at some point on his right knee on the dirt.
But when you found him, or when, to your knowledge, when he was found the morning of April 27th, he was seated in this position right now.
Yes.
All right, now underneath, like directly behind his right leg, can you see sort of a darker color patch in the dirt?
Yes.
And you're circling right behind his leg. Is there anything off the right as well in that photograph too?
Yes.
What did that appear to be to you?
That appeared to be body secretion coming from David Breaux.
And when you say body secretion, be more specific or general?
Blood that was piling up and coagulating.
And did you find other blood or other body secretion that was consistent with blood coming from Mr. Breaux's body?
Yes.
Now, off to We'll show better in this photograph. All right, 7339. We moved up a little bit in the photograph. What are we looking at on the left side of this photograph? Would be the right side of the bench, but the left side of the photograph next to Mr. Breaux.
So directly next to him on the seat was a backpack here on the edge of the bench, a checkered shirt that was underneath, leading from the backpack towards underneath Mr. Breaux, and a hanging bag, like a grocery shopping bag, a cloth one, that was knotted here against the bench.
Okay, and so you're circling the outermost post of the bench. Is that sort of that tannish color that's on that post?
Yes, you can see the strap, tan strap of the bag here at mid bench line, and then just behind it you can see it through the seam,
Through the what?
between the slats.
So based on what you just testified to in terms of the items, did it appear to you, or did you believe that Mr. Breaux may have been sleeping on this bench?
Yes.
Why is that?
Where the backpack was located, the cloth shirt underneath, and coupled with what he was physically wearing at the time, it was reminiscent of other, when I contact individuals that are transitory or homeless that are camping outdoors, it was very similar fashion for sake of comfort. The ground is a heat suck. It absorbs heat. You want to create some sort of barrier between yourself if you're elevated, the wind, or in this case, metal, such as a metal bench, so that you maintain your heat rather than it leaving your body.
And I was going to ask about that bench because it doesn't look very comfortable. Are all those green benches made out of metal?
Yes. Yes.
Is that bench style one that is basically every city-owned bench in the city of Davis is this type of style?
I do not know if every city bench is this style, but I come across several similar design fixed metal green benches.
I should say, instead of every, I should say common design.
Common, yes.
To your knowledge, was anything moved, like placed on the bench next to Mr. Breaux from the time that the call came out to the time you arrived?
The blanket?
Anything on there?
Not that I can recall,
Okay.
just the blanket.
So, looking at this photograph and where Mr. Breaux' position, was there anything to show that there was a free space for another person to sit?
Yes.
Where's that?
It's not in frame on the photograph. So essentially, to his left or right side of the photo, there is a blank space next to him.
So the next photo, 7340. And you're circling just the right side, or excuse me, the left side of his body, but the right side of the photograph.
Yes.
Right there. All right, now, going to the next photograph, 7341. In this photograph, looking back between Mr. Breaux' legs, it looks like there's like a liquid. Is that what you were talking about earlier in terms of the blood?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was Mr. Breaux moved or disturbed, his body moved or disturbed before taking any of these photographs?
Moved, no. But I was told by a firefighter that they checked for rigor and pulse.
That they checked for what?
Rigor and pulse.
And to your knowledge or to your training experience, doesn't require you to like pick up a body and move it, does it?
What do you mean? Restate that question?
You have to like physically move the body from one position to the other to check for rigor and pulse.
No.
Right, moving to 7347. Now, this is that blanket and that neck sheet that we were talking about, correct?
Yes.
Now, you estimated about 5 feet away. Looking at this photograph, does it appear to be more or less than 5 feet? If you estimate?
Less than 5 feet, within 5 feet.
Right, so looking at the photograph 7349, this photograph, has that white tarp or blanket been removed?
It's been removed.
And so I want to focus on Mr. Breaux's left leg, his outer left leg. Is that the dirt you were describing that you observed?
Yes.
Could you see any disturbances in the dirt underneath the bench?
The pooling of blood that was occurring under the bench was the big disturbance.
Now, talk about this, the fence behind the bench. How much room is between the bench and the fence?
It was about 1.5 to 2 feet behind that separates the very back furthest point of the bench from the black fence line.
7350, is that another view of Mr. Breaux's left leg and the top of his shooter that I heard?
Yes.
Why did you photograph the dirt that was on his body?
To show where on his body the dirt was located, and also to show the color comparison live to the dirt that's on the ground.
Why do you think that was significant?
To show why it is highly likely that he was on the ground at some point.
Okay, looking at 7353, what are we looking at here?
This is the back area of the bench, showing the separation from where the topmost of his head is from the edge of the black fence line for the play structure.
Now, it appears
And
that
the black fence line for?
The play structure.
it appears that he has, Mr. Breaux has a sweatshirt on and a hoodie on.
Yes.
Is that, when you first arrived on the scene and that blanket was removed, is that how his clothing was once that blanket came off?
Yes.
At some point, as you're conducting the investigation, do you have to move Mr. Breaux's body?
Yes.
And does that require removing layers of clothing or changing the clothing, meaning you change the state of which it's in, to take photographs?
Yes.
And moving to 7361, is this Mr. Breaux before you started disturbing the clothing and removing it and moving the body?
Yes.
It's in terms of, and you mentioned that you were able to see some like puncture wounds or punctures on him earlier this morning, I believe.
Yes.
Are you able to see any of those in this photograph?
On his right shoulder, slight little puncture there.
And sort of in the front of his shoulder, like the front, like deltoid area?
Yes.
Okay, looking at photograph 7362, is this the back of the bench?
Yes, it is.
What are we looking at in this photograph?
Well, obviously the back of the bench. You could also see the red and brown checkered long sleeve shirt underneath him, and the edges of it sticking out just to the left of the photo.
And to take this photograph, did you have to go on the back side of that fence, or were you between the fence and the bench itself?
The photographer stood behind the bench, off to the side to move the camera in to take the photo.
Now looking at 7365, excuse me. What are we looking at here? Check scores.
This is the right arm of David Breaux, down up against the seat of the bench. There are two what appeared to be cuts into his clothing adjacent to each other on the forearm, and what looked like red smeared blood on the bench.
And you said it appeared to be red smeared blood. Was that consistent with, do you have training experience in identifying blood stains, blood splatter, and things like that?
Yes, I've been to multiple crime scenes involving blood. It's how it coagulates, what it appears. I've also attended autopsies with cadavers cut open and blood as it stayed in the body, dried and coagulated in the body.
And so this was consistent with what you believe to be blood?
Yes.
All right, moving to photograph 7367. And what are we looking at here?
This is the left side of David Breaux's hip. You can see his blue sweats here with dusting of brown dirt, his base layer dark gray long sleeve shirt with dirt and some grass matter, vegetation matter on his left side, as well as what appeared to be red staining that appeared to be blood.
So, looks like he has sweats over jeans and a gray shirt, a white sweatshirt or sweater, and then above that is that hooded sweatshirt, that hoodie. Right?
From what can be viewed here, yes.
Moving to photograph 7369. What's this?
This is the left leg of Mr. Breaux. This is his blue sweats, and this is more vegetation matter, but also the dirt dusting his clothing.
Photograph 7370. Describe this.
This is a view of the rear of the bench. Through the slats, you can see the left hip of Mr. Breaux, as well as dripping down from underneath him, dried liquid, likely blood. You can also see the sleeve of a brown and red checkered shirt that's sticking out between the slats.
You said it looked like, I'm going to zoom in a little bit, dried blood. Are that those little bumps that are coming off of the bottom of the bench?
Yes.
Photograph 7381. Before I ask you to describe this photograph, as part of evidence response team's gathering of evidence, particularly when it involves a deceased individual or a person who appears to have been a victim of a violent crime, what is the process in documenting the body? So it looks like you take photographs of the body as you find it, and
Yes.
you transition into another set of photographs with either less clothing or with rulers or something like that. Grab that, correct?
Yes. So basically, when we photograph, in this case, a decedent, someone that has died, we do a long shot to show context as to the position of the body as it was found. A secondary shot at mid-range to show something closer that is of note or interest that should part of the documentation for investigators to look at the photos and note. And then an up-close shot of, in this case, an injury with scale to show the width of an injury, the size of an injury. This will help with report writing later, but is also part of the documentation process for any crime scene.
Okay. And so now looking at this photograph with this, what do you call this?
That's a scale.
Okay. Now looking at the scales, we've moved into sort of the next phase of documenting the deceit, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, when you're using the scale, are you looking, or were you looking specifically for injuries on Mr. Breaux' body?
Yes, this is the left side of Mr. Breaux' body. This is the black sweater that was the outermost layer he was wearing. And this is what appears to be a cut into the clothing here.
Is there a cut off, excuse me, off to the left of that one?
Yes. This portion that is sticking out more bodily from him is actually his elbow, his left elbow. So near the pocket, the left pocket, is another kind of vertical cut.
Another kind of what cut?
Vertical cut.
And it looks like there's like a glistening or some reflection just off to the left of the scale. Was the clothing wet, or is that just a reflection of the light?
The clothing was wet.
And did that appear consistent with blood?
Yes.
All right, showing you 7382. What's this?
This is they moved the scale over slightly to the side and taken another photograph.
Right, what's the photograph of? I know it's a little dark, but
I believe it's another cut that was adjacent to the first one found.
does it appear to be that one right here?
Possibly, yes.
Oops, sorry.
There we go. Yes.
I'm going to 7384. What's this?
That is the scale pressed up against the cut that was closer to the pocket.
Now we're still on the left side of Mr. Breaux' body.
Yes.
All right, 7386. What are we looking at here?
This is his right forearm. And these are two cuts that were seen on his right forearm to the clothing.
And is this off the left with the cursor I'm using and pointing to what appears to be the sweatshirt? Is the other arm in this, or is this off of his body at this point?
That's off of his body.
But is the rest of the sweatshirt still on him, around his torso and head?
Yes.
All right, moving to 7388. Thanks, Torres. What are we documenting in this photograph?
This is documentation to the right side shoulder area of the black sweater and a cut on the exterior.
It looks like it's sort of, and the separation of clothing looks a little light colored in there, correct?
Yes.
All right, going to 7390. What is this?
Another cut to the right shoulder area of the sweater.
All right, 7391. What is this?
This is a cut area to the left front chest area before the neckline of the sweater.
Now, upper left-hand corner, is that Mr. Breaux' chin and head?
Yes, this is the left side of his chin.
All right, and 7392.
This is the left front area of the sweater.
A little dark on there. See. Hard to see in that one.
Yeah, lighting, can't see it.
But whenever there was something that was used, whenever a scale was used, it was that to document an injury, like a puncture wound or a cut.
Yes.
All right, right, 7394. In a previous photograph, we had seen that Mr. Breaux had the hood from his sweatshirt over his head. And this, now we're moving into the next phase, sort of moving down layers of the document.
Yeah, the two items removed was a black shirt that was wrapped around his head, and then what was underneath the black shirt was a purple beanie. This is now, those two items removed, hood pulled back, and there's a earplug in his left ear.
Did you find another earplug on scene?
No, I don't believe I did.
Okay, going to 7395. What are we documenting here?
The right side of his face without the coverings that were on his head.
Were you looking for any injuries to his facial region that were moving layers?
Yes, looking for cuts, looking for blunt trauma, something.
Did you find any in his facial region or his head?
Not that I recall.
Okay, 7396, we'll transition right here. Now, at this point, is this the same knife sheath that you had observed next to Mr. Breaux or in proximity to Mr. Breaux' right leg?
Yes.
Was there any blood on that you recall?
No, not that I recall.
Any dirt consistent with the dirt patterns that you saw in Mr. Breaux or the dirt that was underneath the bench?
Not that I recall.
Okay, looking at 7398, zooming in.
This was a photograph as I lifted the blanket to show if there was anything under it as I lifted it.
Anything there?
No.
At this point, you had already retrieved the knife sheath off the ground?
Yes. And this was to show the area underneath the blanket once the blanket was completely removed.
And 7399. All right, looking at 7400. Describe why we took this photograph and what was the significance to you?
To document what, prior to removal of the backpack and the items around the backpack, how it looked without the blanket nearby with nothing covering it.
Now, earlier when we had, in the previous photograph, when we had talked about the blood that you've seen on the bench, can you use the laser to point out where that is?
The blood on the bench would have been underneath the back area of Breaux's buttocks.
Okay, but how about the, and that was the one that was sort of dripping?
Dripping.
What about the sort of like the swirl that you had talked about also?
Oh, that was about here. That was on the front edge of the bench seat to the right of his right leg. Sorry.
That's okay. 7412. Did you eventually go into the backpack?
Yes.
And what was in it?
There was a laptop, a cell phone, Mr. Breaux's ID card, bag with coins, and other personal items, clothing.
Any knives or weapons in there?
No.
Okay, 7421. Right. Describe this photograph.
David Breaux was wearing multiple layers on his upper body. The furthest exterior layer was a black hooded sweater. Underneath the black hooded sweater was a long sleeve Gap brand knitted sweater, light brown, tan in color. Below that Gap sweater was a zip up sweater that was a Goodfellow brand sweater. And then finally, the base layer is a long sleeve dark gray shirt. This photo is pulling back the black sweater, the Gap sweater, and then showing the third layer, the Goodfellow sweater.
Now, with this, so we see this area right above, well, I should ask this first, maybe obvious, but this area right here, does that appear to be blood?
Yes.
Off to the right of it, was this one of the puncture wounds that had been, a scale had been used to identify?
Yes. At the bottom of this red coloring, you can see this is the elbow in frame of reference for the previous photo. Did appear that this was a continuation of the cut that was at the outer layer, and the same thing with this cut to the left, photo left.
And so when you say down here, frame of reference, this is the elbow, is this Mr. Breaux' arm that was still in, like tucked into his body as you testified to earlier?
Yes.
So that would be, and correct me if I'm wrong, this part up here at the top of the photograph, this by the slat, down here and up is his arm.
Yes.
Moving to 7422. Looks like we pulled back that layer, that Goodfellow layer.
Yes.
And this area right here, sort of just above the elbow, kind of the tricep area, are we able to see the puncture wounds there?
Yes.
And like I just asked you in the last one, this is his arm now, more clearly visible, obviously.
Yes. Left arm.
Okay, 7424. We're still looking at Mr. Breaux' left arm.
Yes.
This right here next to the scale, what is that?
That is a cut to the exterior, and it's saturated with red suspected blood.
Okay, 7425. We're still on the left elbow, or left arm, excuse me.
Yes.
And this right here, what is that?
Cut to the clothing, and then red saturation.
7426. Is this the same photograph, or is this a different puncture wound?
I believe it's the same puncture wound.
All right, 7428. Before we talk about this photograph, so at some point you document everything, talk about the different steps you take and document the scene. At some point, there are certain things that you can't see in the position that the body is in, correct?
Correct.
And so that requires you, I take it, to move it to another location.
Yes, with permission from the coroner.
And so here, and why do you need permission from the coroner?
I can't move whenever we have a decedent, someone that has died and we've been called to the scene, moving the body, unless it's an emergency, doesn't happen. It comes at the direction of the coroner. Other than what life-saving measures were done prior to my arrival.
So at this point, I take it you received coroner permission to move Mr. Breaux' body from the bench to the ground?
Yes.
Now here, can you describe anything of significance that you observed in this photograph?
In this photograph, just that the stiffness of his arm, confirmation of rigor mortis, doesn't just drop to the ground. Again, the tan dirt along the front belly and the front of the sweater, outer layer.
Did he have, you said the tan dirt on his belly, so that's layer 3 or layer 4 of his clothing?
Layer 4, the bottommost layer, the dark gray long sleeve shirt.
So at some point, this 4th layer of clothing likely hit the ground.
Yes.
Now, is that coloring consistent with, the dirt coloring consistent with what we see on the right knee and then sort of the left quad area up here?
Yes.
Okay, and 7429, got a zoomed in image of his torso and his belly.
Yes.
Dropping down to his right hand, one that you said had rigor mortis setting in. Do you see any injuries in this photograph?
Yes.
Where?
To his right hand, at the knuckle area, there was a puncture there.
We're moving to 7431. That puncture area, can you see it a little bit better in this photograph?
You can see not it, no, but the pooling of blood from it, yes.
Is this right here, just sort of at the bottom of his palm, is that the pooling?
Yes.
And I should ask you before I move on to the next image, was there a wound that went straight through his hand?
Yes.
All right, 7433. What are we documenting here?
An attempt to document the inner part of his right leg.
And 7435. What are we documenting here?
The comparison of his inner leg and groin area to the outer part of the leg.
And I haven't asked this yet, but did you find any injuries to his leg? Any puncture wounds, stab wounds, cuts, anything like that?
No.
Looking at 7436. What are we documenting here?
The condition of the left side of his body to include that dark gray shirt, now that we've removed layers.
And was this the last layer, this gray layer, was this the last layer?
Yes.
Was this the last?
Last layer that Mr. Breaux was wearing. 7438. What did you document here? What did you observe?
The upper body of Mr. Breaux when he was laid out on the tarp.
And 7439, similar, just a different direction.
Yes.
7440. Is that just a close-up view of the dirt on his leg?
Yes, in comparison to the lack of it on the inner leg groin area.
And why are you making that comparison?
It is when objects come in contact, they leave some form of trace. It's interesting. It was just interesting at the time that all the contact that would have happened, all the trace left behind is on the left side, outer side of the leg, rather than like inner knee, inner groin, inner leg, as far as what could have touched the dirt.
When you say trace, what do you mean by that?
Trace is typically referring to a evidence or items that leave behind a clue as that may not be as easy to see, easy to collect or document. That is evidence.
So why was that of particular interest to you or something you wanted to capture?
In question regarding what parts of his body actually touched the ground, the dirt on the ground, to try to better understand body position, location where they was, what parts, if any, were on the ground.
And in your mind, as you're obviously as a detective and evidence response team, you get there after the crime has taken place or the act has taken place that leads to your response. As you're documenting these things, are you trying to figure out the movements of the deceit, in this case, Mr. Breaux, where he started in terms of positioning, where he was during what we could describe as the stabbing, and to where his final resting place was?
Yes.
And 7441, is it still his outer left leg?
Yes.
In 7442, when you were describing the lack of dirt on his inner leg and inner thigh, does this capture that?
Yes.
7443 to switch to the inner right leg here.
Yes.
Now looking at his shoe, his right shoe right here, where was the dirt covering? Was it all over, bottom, top?
Bottom sole and for his right shoe, my recollection is bottom sole of his right shoe and at the toe, top.
And 7444, does that capture more what you just described, the bottom sole, like right here?
Yes.
Okay, 7445. Based on what you had seen in terms of the blood that had been pooling at the bottom of the bench and underneath the bench as well, did you feel like there were more significant injuries that you had not yet seen?
Yes.
So this one, are we looking at Mr. Breaux's back?
Yes.
In this, are you, at least from this image, are you able to identify whether there were any wounds to his back?
Yes.
And if you can, with your laser pointer or direction.
This cut here to the outer layer, exposing skin, suggests that there's going to be a wound there underneath that outer layer, but also just the large amassment of blood kind of trailing down from this upper area and upper area here suggested it.
Okay, now you mentioned that lower wound that has been exposed, looking at 7449. Is that what we see right here, sort of in the center of the photograph?
Yes.
Right, 7453. Are we still looking at Mr. Breaux's back right now?
Yes.
And so with that scale, sorry, jumped ahead a little too quickly there. 7453. Is this another incision, stab wound?
Yes, another stab wound.
And I should ask, from what you have observed in terms of the cuts and things like that, did everything appear to be like a deep puncture, like a stab into his body?
Yes.
Did anything that you observed appear to be like a cut across the skin? Like someone took a knife or a blade, just like ran across the top and left a long cut mark?
No. They were all penetrating.
Can you repeat that?
They were all penetrating.
All right, so 7454. This image, are we looking at Mr. Breaux's back still?
Yes.
Is this another puncture wound, stab wound?
Yes.
7455. Is this a different angle of that second one that we saw on the back?
Yes.
7456. What are we looking at here?
A cut to the clothing, the upper part of his back.
And 7457, what are we looking at here?
This is the right side, bottom of his back.
7458.
This is still his back. There's a cut to the clothing here. Right side front shoulder. There are 2 cuts to the clothing on his right shoulder, and then front just below his shoulder.
Now looking at 7460, this appears to be Mr. Breaux' left hand. Anything that you saw here?
No.
And you're looking at 7461, a little bit dark, but what were you looking at here?
Examination for injuries to fingers.
And 7462, which layer of clothing was this?
This is layer 3, the Goodfellow zip-up tan sweater.
I should ask you too, when you're numbering the layers of 1, 2, 3, 4, are you starting with number 1 as being the bottom layer, or are you starting with number 1 as being the outermost layer?
Outermost layer.
Right, so 7463, you had mentioned that you'd been looking for injuries on his hands, and he had one on his right hand. Zooming in, where is some blood, but where's the injury on his right hand?
It's the interior palm and exterior palm.
And 7464, another angle of that is this right here, the pinky finger and the ring finger. Is this the blood coagulating here?
Yes.
So that's not the injury itself.
No.
7465. You used your laser pointer there for a second. What are we looking at?
This is a laceration to his hand.
When you say laceration, what do you mean?
A cut, a penetration.
Okay. 7466. Zooming in here.
This is the inner palm of his right hand, and there's a laceration.
You say instead of cut, is that just a cut on the outer skin, or does that actually penetrate through the hand?
It penetrated through the hand.
And when we look at 7466 and we look at 7465, that laceration is this the same laceration that's on the back side of the hand?
Injection foundation.
You can lay a foundation for it. Try.
When observing the palm and the back side of the hand, did the lacerations appear to be sort of similarly placed on the back and the front?
Yes.
Did they appear to be of the same size?
Different sizes.
Did it appear to be two different, from your observations, two different lacerations, or one continuous laceration?
Injection foundation.
Consistent.
Going to 7466. Over here at the bottom, keep saying the bottom of the palm, but just because that's where the ring finger and pinky finger are. Is this an injury or is this just blood pooling?
I believe it's blood pooling.
Okay, let me stop you there. Thank you, Counsel. Detective Torres, thank you. We're going to resume your testimony at 1:30 today. So your excuse as a witness. I'll see you then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we'll have an afternoon session from 1:30 to 4:30 with a break in the middle and be here a few minutes early. And I wanted to say one thing about the jury assembly room today. There's a legal training going on in that room. You know, it's not closed, but you're going to have 100 or so attorneys in there and a program going on led by Judge McGuire. It will be very educational. He's a wonderful speaker. But I just wanted to let you know the jury assembly room's tied up, but I think the doors will be open. Anyway, enjoy your break. Don't research. Don't discuss forming hard opinions. I'll see you in the afternoon.
All right, that is lunch. So it is noon there. Judge McAdam takes his lunch serious. All right, so 1:30 their time would be 4:30 Eastern. So 4:30 Eastern. All right, so they're at lunch until 4:30 Eastern. Lazy boys, everybody's sleeping. I'll show kitty cam, but everybody's sleeping. Yeah, an hour and a half. Yeah, it's an hour and a half lunch. Hour and a half lunch. Yes, time for judge instructions, opening statements. Yes, thank you for reminding me. I forgot. Yes. Opening statements. Judges. Where'd it go? All right, I know Aaron sent it to me, so I'll have to go there, but where did it go? Oh, 4 hours ago. Okay, there we go. Here it is. All right.
Abolition.
All right, this is going to have that audio issue, so just be aware. We saw the majority of opening statements. It's just the judge's instructions.
Of not guilty and not guilty by reason of insanity. The procedure for this case is to try the question of guilt first, and then, if necessary, to try the question of insanity separately. These are two distinct phases. We are entering the first phase. You, the jury, shall not consider the question of legal insanity in the first phase. You may consider evidence of the defendant's state of mind in the first phase of the trial. You also shall not consider at any time anything that was stated on the jury questionnaires or during voir dire. Jury selection serves a specific purpose. Upon its completion, it has no bearing on this case. Next, I want to explain, and for the record, this is CalCrim 100, how the trial will proceed. The people may present an opening statement. The defense is not required to present an opening statement, but if it chooses to do so, it may give it either after the people's opening statement or at the beginning of the defense case. The purpose of an opening statement is to give you an overview of what the attorneys expect the evidence will show. After the opening statements, the people will offer their evidence. Evidence usually includes witness testimony and exhibits. After the people present their evidence, the defense may also present evidence, but is not required to do so. Because the defendant is presumed innocent, he does not have to prove that he is not guilty. After you have heard all the evidence, and before the attorneys give their final arguments, I will instruct you on the law that applies to the case. And after you've heard the arguments and the legal instructions, you will go to the jury room to deliberate. So there's a sequence. We did jury selection, voir dire, done. Don't consider it. In just a moment, we're going to do opening statements. That's to provide you an outline of what the parties think the evidence will show. Okay, it's not legal argument. They're not supposed to argue their case. It's just, here's a preview of what we think the evidence will be. Opening statements. We're going to do that this afternoon and we'll be done. After that is the trial, really, the evidentiary phase. Okay, that's what we're going to be doing for most of the time. And then when we're done with evidence, I'm going to read you the specific law that applies to the charges that I just read. Okay? I'm going to read you the legal instructions. And then you're going to hear the lawyer's closing arguments. And then after that, you'll go into deliberations. So I'll give you a flag each time we enter a new phase. All right? We're getting ready for opening statements in just a moment. So now CalCrim 101 lays forth this three-part admonition. Okay, and the three-part admonition is, do not discuss this case with anyone other than scheduling. It's absolutely critical that the information regarding this case is limited to what you hear as admissible evidence. If you have contact with anyone, or you inadvertently get information about this case or overhear something, write a note and give it to the bailiff. All questions, all concerns about violating any of the rules or so forth, write a note and give it to the courtroom bailiff, okay? So that is, don't discuss this with anyone other than scheduling. Critical, not to form any opinion about this case. Keep an open mind at all times. Do not make up your mind about what the verdict is until you are deliberating with your fellow jurors, okay? Don't take anything I say as an indication of what I think about the case. My role is entirely different from yours. I am not the jury. I should not be influencing you. Rather, I'm the gatekeeper of evidence. I'm ensuring that this trial is fair, okay? And so that's my role is entirely different, all right? So know the decision of this case is with you and not with me. So don't take anything I say or do as an indication of anything. We talked, I want to admonish you not to discuss anything with the lawyers. They are professional. They're going to ignore you like a potted plant, right? So it's not discourteous, but that's their professionalism, right? We're going to have witnesses coming and going. They may be out in the hallway. You have your badge on. Maybe at the beginning of the day you might not. If you sense it's somebody that you don't know, you're not talking about this case anyway, but they may be talking about it inadvertently, you need to leave. Move down the hallway. Stay away from it. Honor that rule, okay? Really important. There are two other separate considerations under CalCrim 101 I want to make sure I advise you of. Do not let bias, sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion influence your decision in any way. Do not let bias, sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion influence your decision. And secondly, you must reach your verdict without any consideration of punishment or sentencing. Now, CalCrim 102, you have been given notebooks and they take notes during the trial. Do not remove them from the courtroom. That means don't take them home at night. You may take your notes into the jury room during deliberations. Now, I don't mean to discourage you from taking notes, but keep this in mind. 2 points. Note-taking may tend to distract you. It may affect your ability to listen carefully to the testimony and to watch the witness as they testify. Secondly, the notes are for your own individual use to help you remember what happened during the trial. Keep in mind that your notes may be inaccurate or incomplete. At the end of the trial, we will collect your notes and they will be destroyed, okay? So use them now. One other thought about note-taking. I am a prolific note-taker. Remember, I'm the gatekeeper of evidence. I'm doing something different. Just because I'm taking notes doesn't mean that something's important or that you should be taking notes. Final thought on notes. If you're a note-taker and you process information by taking notes, take notes. If you're not a note-taker, this may not be the time to start taking frantic notes if it's not something you're really comfortable with. But I will encourage you to write the name of a witness down. Okay, even if you're not a note-taker, write the name of the witness down, maybe 1 or 2 things about it if you like. Just to kind of keep track of what's going on and so forth. But if you're a note-taker, take notes. Okay, that's where we're at. All right. So after opening statements, which we're ready for now, I have a few other instructions regarding the burden of proof,
what is evidence, how you evaluate witnesses. So I'm going to do that. That's about 5 or 10 minutes of instruction after the opening statements. So that's the phase of the trial that we're ready for at this time. And so with that, I will invite Prosecutor Demora to give an opening statement for the people.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Just over 3 years ago, the city of Davis experienced one of its most horrific and frightening crime sprees. These violent, unprovoked, yet intentional attacks brought the city of Davis to a state of panic and fear and brought law enforcement to the stretches of what it was capable of doing to investigate these crimes. 2 people, David Breaux, a local unhoused individual who was known as the Compassion Man, or the Compassion Guy, and Karim Abou Najm, a UC Davis student, were brutally stabbed to death, mere 2 days apart. A third individual, Kimberlee Guillory, was also stabbed. However, due to the intervention of her friends, people she stayed with at 2nd and L in a homeless encampment, she survived. But all of this death, this despair, this destruction, was due to one individual. One individual who was responsible for this, and that's Reales Dominguez, who sits before you today. So over the next couple hours today, you're going to hear a little bit about the why and the how. And over the course of this trial, you're going to hear detailed evidence from the police who investigated these stabbings, to people who knew the defendant, Mr. Dominguez, to doctors who evaluated him and treated him, and other people whose lives were impacted either directly or indirectly by the defendant. And so there are 2 starting points to this case. One of those starting points has to do with the crimes themselves. The other starting point has to do with the defendant himself. So we're going to start with the crimes, and then we're going to fill in from there. This takes us to April 27th of 2023, just after 11 a.m. that morning. We're in Central Park in the city of Davis. 2 men, Aiden Reynolds and Ian Halliburton, are out doing some work in the park related to their studies and their employment. Their attention is directed to a man who's sitting on a park bench in sort of an isolated area of the park. There's no walking paths to this. It's in a grassy area. That part of the park no longer exists. It's been paved over with a splash pool. But at the time, it was a very grassy area with benches sort of scattered throughout this. But their attention is drawn to the man on the bench because he's not moving. Underneath him on the bench is what they see, a pool of blood. That blood is accompanied by flies that are flying around this individual's face, around his head. This is David Breaux, the Compassion Guy. Upon inspection, they can see that David is likely dead. So the police respond and they begin to investigate, and they're able to tell that Mr. Breaux has been stabbed repeatedly, approximately 31 times to his torso, his back, and his hands. This time there's no suspects, no witnesses. The evidence will show that he was likely stabbed to death sometime in the very early morning hours of April 27, 2023. But there is one singular piece of evidence there at that time. A knife sheath, a leather knife sheath, that's just off to the leg of Mr. Breaux. This knife sheath is going to be important because the knife, which is not at the scene, will later be found to be in the possession of Mr. Reales Dominguez when he's arrested on May 3rd of 2023. When he's in possession of a Smith & Wesson fixed blade knife, a knife that he bought in December of 2022 after searching Amazon for combat knives. But at this time, as I mentioned, very little evidence to identify the suspect. And so Davis Police Department and their investigations bureau is dedicating their resources to trying to figure out who killed David Breaux. And so from April 27th into April 29th, they're dedicating resources to this. However, on April 29th, that is when they were confronted and have to face yet another tragedy, another heinous crime. Just after 9 p.m. that day, it's dark, it's about 9:10 p.m., Dr. Matt Massey, who lives just across the street from Sycamore Park, so we're moving westbound in the city of Davis, here's what he thinks is a bicycle crash. Not uncommon for the city of Davis. Two bikes are riding, two people collide into each other, it's dark, that park wasn't well lit at the time, and he hears someone yell, "Help me, oh God, help me." And he goes out to assist, not knowing what he's going to stumble upon, not knowing what is across the street. And he crosses that street and he sees Karim Abou Najm and the defendant on the ground. And as he approaches, the defendant pops up off the ground and grabs Karim's bike and hops on it and says, "What do you want me to leave me alone?" And hops on that bike deliberately and calculated and with purpose, as Dr. Massey observed, with intent. And he hops on that bike and he starts to pedal to escape Dr. Massey. Dr. Massey sees Karim on the ground and sees that he is in distress. He's been brutally attacked. He's been stabbed, what's later found out to be over 50 times. Dr. Massey chases after the defendant, gets a partial look at him. The defendant pedals away and heads over Highway 113 westbound into West Davis. Dr. Massey can't catch him. He returns to Karim to try to give him life-saving efforts. However, as he's performing CPR, he can see that he can't save him. The attack was too brutal, too devastating. With that attack, we get a little bit more information about what happened and who committed this crime. And this was a very, very short period of time from when Dr. Massey first heard it to when he heard Karim's calls for help to when he stumbled upon this heinous attack. And so now we have two very similar stabbings that the police are investigating. Very little evidence to work off of, but now we're starting to see a pattern. Multiple intentional stabbings at night in isolated areas. No one who stays around flees the scene. Extremely brutal attacks. And as the police are investigating these, as information is being sent out to the community to say, this is what's going on, it takes us to May 1st of 2023. And word has spread in the community about what is going on. It is spread amongst student population, the residence population, the unhoused population. And that takes us to the PG&E substation on 2nd and L Street. That's where Kimberlee Guillory and a number of other unhoused individuals have taken up camp. They formed sort of a community there to look out after one another. They're on alert. And in this group are individuals by the name of Isaac Chessman, Christine Barrios, Larry Palat, and Albert Osorio. And Mr. Chessman sort of takes the lead on this. He takes this sort of safety in numbers approach to this. They have to look out for each other because they don't know what's out there. They think that the unhoused population may be getting targeted because of this. And so around 9 p.m. on May 1st, Isaac and some of the other individuals think that someone has approached their campsite. They think it's the person who's been stabbing people in Davis. And so they get up and they sort of give pursuit, they chase this individual off. Remember, they're on edge, they're on alert. Now they were wrong, it wasn't the defendant, but because of that, they're sort of hyper-focused, hyper-aware of what's going on. Around 11:45 or so, Kimberlee Guillory had not been there for this, but she comes back to the campsite and she has a tent just off the sidewalk on L Street. And so she's sitting in her tent, and at the time, that area of 2nd and L Street, very poorly lit. So it's very dark. But she's sitting in her tent, she's on her phone, and she feels someone punch her. Well, what she thought was a punch. Because it was actually the defendant who had come up to her tent, approached from the south, and walked around to the north side of her tent. He did not punch, he stabbed. He stabbed her twice. Once in sort of the lower back and in the buttocks area. At this point, she screams out, and the other individuals, Isaac, Larry, Christine, they get up, and there's a commotion, chaos, but that commotion, chaos is what likely saves Ms. Guillory from suffering the same fate as David and Karim. Because the defendant takes off. Now, prior to this, there's surveillance video that captures the defendant on a bike. Not Karim's bike. He left that on the other side of 113, but a different bike, riding through downtown Davis. He has on like Adidas sweats, those tearaway sweats that have like the white stripe on them, Crocs, and sort of like a zip-up hoodie. And you see him going eastbound through downtown Davis towards 2nd and L. Now we later learned that he lived at 762 Hawthorne, which is close to Sycamore Park, sort of in west central Davis. And we see him on surveillance video leaving on that bike in a very similar direction through downtown Davis to UCD. And so this is probably the best description of what the police have at this point, and they're able to put this information out for the community. But let's go to May 3rd, because we're still investigating David, Karim, and now Kimberlee, looking for a positive identification of the suspect. So we get to May 3rd in the late afternoon, and an individual by the name of Justin Schaefer is at Sycamore Park, and he sees someone on the play structure. So that person matches the individual that is suspected of committing all these stabbings. And so he locks onto this individual, and it is the defendant, it is Mr. Reales Dominguez. He locks onto this individual, and he follows him. And he follows the defendant from Sycamore Park through the neighborhoods, all the way to Safeway on West Covell. He loses him there, but he sees the defendant come out of Safeway. The defendant goes into Safeway, and you'll see the surveillance video of this, but it looks like any ordinary shopper. Going in, picking out items, putting them in his grocery bag, or a bag, which we later find out has the knife used to commit all 3 stabbings. And he takes those items and heads towards the exit and steals them. Mr. Schaefer is there, and he's called 911, and there's a delay in the police response, because one thing to consider is that the police, while investigating these, are getting tips, hundreds of tips that are coming in, following up on tips. They also have their other duties. They have to respond to other calls for service because there's still other crimes, there's still other needs in the community. And so they finally are able to respond, and they locate Mr. Reales Dominguez walking sort of in the direction back to Sycamore Park, in the direction of his home on Hawthorne. And officers Gonzalez and story with the Davis Police Department, stop him, and proceed to start questioning about him. Hey, who are you? What are you doing? You know what's going on? And the defendant gives a name. He gives the name of John Gillis. As we know, that is not his real name, not his true and correct name. But what you'll hear is that that's the name he used about a month prior when he was stopped by another Davis police officer. And nothing happened. He was let go. So, he uses that same name, but Officer Story and Gonzalez see, hey, similar pants, similar shirt, so they question him. And what they find is that he has this bag that he's holding. He puts it down, and the top is open. They look in and they see the stolen Safeway items, but they also see that fixed blade knife. A knife that will later test positive for DNA to Karim and Kimberlee. And remember, this is the same knife that goes into that knife sheath found by David Breaux's foot on April 27th. That knife sheath has the defendant's DNA on it. And so, once he is arrested, police go into his house on 762 Hawthorne, and they find the bike that he was riding when Kimberlee was stabbed. They find clothes in his hamper, which were later tested, and they have Karim's blood on them. They find a cell phone and some other evidence there. And Mr. Reales Dominguez was taken to the police department and interviewed. Eventually charged with the crimes that bring you before this court today. That's the defendant. Now let's talk about the second story. The defendant himself. Now, as we sit here in court today, the defendant hasn't lived his entire life in a courtroom. He didn't grow up here. His life started elsewhere. He grew up in Turlock in Oakland before coming to Davis, the Yolo County, to attend school. He was a student at UC Davis at the time of this. And growing up, you'll hear, he was a good student. He had like a 3.8 GPA in high school. He was a multi-sport athlete. Didn't really get into trouble. Didn't really do anything bad. No indications of mental health issues or anything that would lead you to suspect that he eventually stabbed two people to death in an attempt on the third. But once he got to college, once he got to UC Davis, that's when things started to change. That's when the Mr. Reales Dominguez of his high school years started to evolve into the man who killed two people and almost a third. And so when he went to college, that's when he started to engage in what we could probably call typical college behavior. You go there, you're on your own for the first time, and so you start partying and drinking and getting into marijuana, cannabis. And I'll interchange cannabis and marijuana at times throughout this opening, so I'm referring to the same thing. And so his attention deviates from school and focuses on some of his extracurricular activities. And so he would start smoking with his friends and roommates, and eventually joined a frat and would smoke with his fraternity brothers as well. And at first it started out as recreational marijuana use. And that was about in 2020-2021 school year. And so he started to smoke periodically, and he started smoking more and more and more, until he became what we could call a heavy user, which was smoking every day. But not just smoking cannabis, not smoking the cannabis of the 60s, 70s, 80s, and even 90s, high potency THC marijuana. And he was such a heavy user that his roommates, who he had stopped talking to during the 2023 calendar year, he really had stopped talking to them, but he's such a heavy user that they say that's all he would do. He'd go into his room, he'd smoke, he'd come out, fix food, go back to his room and smoke. He would smoke so much that after he was arrested, about 2 days after he was arrested, there were still active delta-9 THC in the system, the psychoactive component of cannabis, in his blood, which is how much he was smoking. And as he increased his smoking during these years, his behavior, his demeanor, his appearance all started to change. Changed so much that his long-term girlfriend in college, Kimberlee Guillory, said wasn't really the same person that she had started dating when they first met, or the same person that she knew when they first met. And she saw the impacts that this was having on him, how his behavior changed, his interests changed, his motivation changed, his cleanliness, his hygiene, his weight, his care for school. He was no longer the 3.8 GPA student at the time. He was becoming something different. And so, eventually they broke up. They stayed close, they stayed friends. They even communicated up to about a week prior to the defendant killing David Breaux, which he reached out to her via text. She basically ended communications with him at that point. But what you are going to hear as it relates to these changes in the defendant, you're going to hear a lot of evidence from witnesses and experts on psychosis and schizophrenia, and as well as the relationship between heavy cannabis use and serious mental illness. You're going to hear about both and how they intersect and how they can have an impact on the young developing mind. And so, with that, you're going to hear, and this is something I want you to keep in mind. I mentioned that we're talking about high potency THC, not the stuff of 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. But we're going to talk about that and how that impacts the developing mind up to about the age of 25. So, what we are going to hear about these murders is the defendant's behaviors and his actions and the steps that he was, or the behaviors he was engaging in that led to these. And one of the things to focus on, the evidence will show, is the goal-directed behaviors. Now, on this topic of schizophrenia and psychosis, there are going to be many psychiatrists, psychologists you're going to hear from in this case, and other healthcare practitioners who treated the defendant after he was arrested. Right? And so you're going to hear that psychosis, and they treated for psychosis, you're going to hear about psychosis referring to the symptoms, the symptomology. Right? And so schizophrenia or cannabis-induced psychosis are the diagnoses. But what we're going to hear is that the treating doctor, a doctor who has a pre-existing relationship with a patient, meaning that they see them, they evaluate them, they recommend medication for them, that the symptoms are often going to be more important than the diagnosis, because you treat the symptoms, and treating those symptoms can later help you determine what that person has, what the diagnosis is. And so if you're successful in treating the symptoms with antipsychotic medication, then you can get to the diagnosis. So there's a process to do that. Now, I don't want to downplay the importance of the psychiatric.
Hey guys, we were just outside and I saw blood on the bricks on the patio, and Paulie's left paw is bleeding and looks swollen, so something happened. So we're going to, I'm going to have to run her over to the emergency room right now. I have no idea what she did. So I'll continue playing this, and Aaron will take over from here. So I'll let you know what happened when I get back.
The diagnosis itself, but the symptomology is going to be very key and very crucial. Now, the defendant was treated by psychiatrists at the jail. He was later evaluated by forensic psychiatrists as well. And you're going to hear about the difference between the treating doctor, the psychiatrist, the role of the forensic psychologist, or psychiatrist as well, And it's an important distinction that you're going to have to listen to. Because as a forensic psychiatrist or forensic doctor's main goal is to essentially provide that diagnosis, come to court, and testify if necessary. While the role is not specifically to treat that person's illness. That's the difference. You're going to hear evidence about that. And so what you're going to hear from experts is diagnosing someone with psychosis is complicated and complex. There's a lot that goes into it, so listen very closely to the testimony and to the evidence. Because it is not an exact science, right? They do the best they can, but they have to consider all sorts of evidence in making those determinations. When you're diagnosing someone, it's not like, and I tell you it's not like an exact science because it's not like cholesterol where you take someone's blood and you're able to get a definitive result as to whether their cholesterol is high or low or good. And so you're going to hear about the factors that are taken into consideration. You're going to hear about the importance of obtaining and reviewing collateral information to try to make the best diagnosis possible. And so many of these doctors that you're going to hear from consider diagnosis of cannabis-induced psychosis, psychotic disorder, different diagnosis than schizophrenia. You're going to hear a lot of evidence about that, but the symptoms of psychosis can be self-inflicted. And so some will believe that the defendant, or suggest that the defendant, had cannabis-induced psychotic disorder, which converted to schizophrenia at some point. And some will tell you there's a strong possibility the defendant had schizophrenia, he suffered from it, but he had that prior to the symptoms manifesting themselves, showing themselves, revealing themselves to his friends, almost like it was dormant in him. Now, when you listen to these experts and these witnesses, let's say they're experts because they're all highly qualified individuals with good credentials, they will agree that someone young can have schizophrenia, which has not presented itself, not revealed itself. In other words, you don't see the symptoms. You're not seeing it in real time when you interact with this person. And so they will agree that heavy cannabis use can result in that person becoming psychotic. Now here's where we get a little bit into splitting the hairs on this, and this is going to be important evidence to listen to. Some will say that cannabis does not cause schizophrenia. Now the term cause, or using cause, that's the term argument.
Rephrase is previewing evidence.
And what you'll hear about this use of the word cause and how the link between schizophrenia and cannabis use and psychosis, the doctors are going to agree, the experts agree, there's a link and a relationship, meaning cannabis can reveal the schizophrenia. It can bring it out so you can see it. It can exacerbate the symptoms, meaning if you see the symptoms, it can make it worse. Basically, it can push someone over the edge, in other words. And so, with Mr. Dominguez, with the defendant, the evidence showed that schizophrenia, psychosis, hadn't really shown itself until he started engaging in marijuana use, and then heavier and heavier, high-potency marijuana use that resulted in a lot of horrific symptoms of psychosis. And the evidence is going to show you that because of this, that while he had psychosis, after the symptoms started manifesting themselves, he murdered 2 people and stabbed another one. And you'll also hear about a term, florid psychosis, right? And florid psychosis means, the doctors say, that the symptoms are very bad, right? They're very bad. And again, the doctors are going to agree that determining florid psychosis is not an exact science. It's like that blood test for high cholesterol. And so, regardless of what the experts say about the psychosis, schizophrenia or cannabis-induced psychotic disorder, everything the evidence will show you is that the defendant was engaged in goal-directed behaviors, purposeful behaviors. And so even though you will hear the evidence of psychosis, it won't take away from the fact that the evidence will show he knew what he was doing. And that's what this case really is about. The goal-directed actions, the purposeful, intentional behavior of the defendant in killing David Breaux, in killing Karim Abou Najm, and attempting to kill Kimberlee Guillory. And these examples that you will hear through the evidence of the purposeful behavior, the goal-directed behaviors, include flight from Dr. Massey, when Dr. Massey interrupts the attack on Karim. The flight from Kimberlee Guillory's tent, when that is interrupted as well. The use of a fake name when confronted by law enforcement, when they identify him as a suspect. But what you're also going to hear throughout the life of Mr. Reales Dominguez is more purposeful, goal-directed behaviors aside from the killings. He goes to school. He submits his homework. He makes music. He texts his friends. All goal-directed. All purposeful. And so when we are looking at this, even in a state of psychosis, he intended to kill Kimberlee Guillory, was unsuccessful. He intended to kill Karim Abou Najm. He intended to kill David Breaux. Purposeful, direct, goal-oriented behavior. And so, ladies and gentlemen, when you hear from all the witnesses, when you evaluate the testimony of the experts and the doctors, when you hear the evidence, schizophrenia, psychosis, defendants, movements, his patterns, all of those things, it will lead to one verdict at the end of this case. And that is that the defendant is guilty of murder of David Breaux, murder of Karim Abou Najm, and premeditated attempted murder of Kimberlee Guillory. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gamora. That concludes the people's opening statement. And at this time, I'll invite Mr. Hutchinson to give an opening statement for the defense. Mr. Hutchinson, yes, can you put that down in the lower? There you go.
Over the coming weeks, the circumstances that led to the tragic events of April and May of 2023 are going to be very much in dispute. What is not in dispute is that Carlos Reales Dominguez did the physical acts that caused the deaths of David Breaux and Karim Abou Najm and injured Kimberlee Guillory. The question to be answered in this trial is not a question of who did it. Rather, the question that we presented to you in this phase of the trial is what was Carlos Reales Dominguez's specific intent and mental state when he did those physical acts? What was happening in his mind? And the evidence will show that it was a mind that had been devastated by a severe, progressive, debilitating, and cruel mental disease. Carlos Reales Dominguez has schizophrenia. Every psychiatrist and psychologist who has thoroughly examined him has reached that same conclusion. And none of them have found any evidence of malingering, which is a term used to describe someone who is feigning or faking psychiatric symptoms. And contrary to what the prosecutor told you in his opening statement, none of the experts who examined Mr. Reales Dominguez have ever diagnosed him with cannabis-induced psychosis. In fact, you will hear from 3 who consider that and explain the reasons they rejected that diagnosis. As he sits before you today, Mr. Reales Dominguez has been treated with antipsychotic medication for the last 2 years and 10 months in a secure jail or hospital environment. But as multiple experts will tell you, medication is a treatment for many of the symptoms of schizophrenia. It is not a cure. And Mr. Reales Dominguez continues to suffer from a very serious mental illness to this day. Schizophrenia is a brain disorder that affects how a person sees, hears, and perceives reality. It causes hallucinations, seeing, hearing, and feeling things that are not real. These hallucinations can be fantastical and terrifying, and to a healthy person, they would be something no one would believe. But for someone with schizophrenia, they are a reality. Schizophrenia also causes delusions, which are fixed, false beliefs in things that have no basis in reality, as well as grossly disorganized speech, thoughts, and behaviors. These are what are called the positive symptoms of schizophrenia. Not positive because they are good, but positive because they represent an addition to the normal, healthy experience. You will also hear experts talk to you about the negative symptoms of schizophrenia, which represent an absence or a reduction in normal behavior and emotions. Negative symptoms include minimal speech, diminished emotional expression, what is often called as a blunted or flat affect, inability to maintain eye contact, concrete, simplistic thinking, abolition, which is a term used to describe a total lack of motivation. You will see people with schizophrenia often exhibit a significant decline in personal hygiene and an inability to care for themselves and others. Anhedonia, which is a term used to describe an inability to experience pleasure. Slowing of movements, maintenance of rigid or unusual postures, being able to sit motionless for long periods of time, distrust of others, and social withdrawal. And you will see during the course of this trial that Mr. Reales Dominguez exhibited all of these negative symptoms of schizophrenia and continues to exhibit many of these symptoms to this day. Experts will tell you that while antipsychotic medication is very effective at treating the positive symptoms of schizophrenia, hallucinations, delusions, disorganized speech, thoughts, and behavior, it is far less effective at treating the negative symptoms. And it is very common for patients with schizophrenia to continue to have residual negative symptoms, even when being treated with medication. And you will see this is true for Mr. Reales Dominguez. Another hallmark of schizophrenia is an inability of a person to recognize that they are sick. This is particularly common, the experts will tell you, for someone who's experiencing the initial onset of symptoms. What experts will describe as the first break. This is not someone who's had the opportunity to receive treatment or be treated with medication. Such individuals are unable to recognize that they are sick and will commonly deny all symptoms of mental illness or any mental illness, even when it is obvious to those around them that they are ill. Schizophrenia is a disease that attacks the young. For men, the typical onset is seen in their late teens and early 20s. Mr. Reales Dominguez is 23 years old. But schizophrenia does not begin at the time of diagnosis. People who ultimately receive a diagnosis of schizophrenia generally show signs of mental deterioration and a progression of symptoms for a period of up to 3 years before a formal diagnosis. What experts will describe is called the prodromal phase of schizophrenia. They have the illness. They are getting sick, showing symptoms, but they have not exhibited enough symptoms for a formal diagnosis. Now, given the gradual onset of schizophrenia, it is impossible to pinpoint the exact time when Mr. Reales Dominguez first began to exhibit symptoms of the disease. However, the evidence will clearly show that he began exhibiting symptoms during his freshman year at UC Davis, which was the 2020-2021 academic year, and possibly even earlier. Although we do not know the definitive cause of schizophrenia, experts will tell you that a person's genetics plays the predominant role. And you will see that Mr. Reales Dominguez has very close relatives on both sides of his family who have serious mental illness. But you'll see that his father has gone to great lengths to try to conceal this fact. Now, not everyone who is genetically predisposed to schizophrenia will develop the disease. We'll hear experts talk about the stress diathesis model. For individuals who are genetically predisposed to schizophrenia, stresses early in life, typically in early childhood, will increase the risk that they will later develop the disease. These stressors or risk factors may increase the risk, but they do not cause the disease on their own. And it is medically and scientifically impossible to ascribe a single cause to a person's later development of schizophrenia. Risk factors include severe stress during early childhood, what is often described as childhood trauma. Experts can tell you such trauma can include separation from a primary caregiver, sexual abuse, physical abuse, witnessing domestic violence, and other traumatic experiences. Immigrant status itself is a risk factor, particularly immigrant status from a developing nation, as is being raised in an urban or inner city environment. Now, substance use, including alcohol, sedatives, amphetamines, and yes, cannabis, can be a risk factor, but the experts will tell you it is just one of many. And experts will tell you that substance abuse is highly common among people with schizophrenia. And you will hear that while cannabis use, including high THC cannabis use, has increased dramatically among young people in the last 20 years, schizophrenia rates have remained the same. General prosecution, 5 in every 1,000 people will develop schizophrenia. And you will see that Mr. Reales Dominguez experienced, in addition to having been genetically predisposed, experienced severe and repeated childhood trauma and other childhood stresses long before he ever took his first hit of cannabis. He was born in El Salvador on October 5th of 2002 to his parents Juan Carlos Reales Campos, and his mother Carla Dominguez, who were 21 and 20 years old at the time. Reales is the paternal name, Dominguez is the maternal name. As is common in Latin American culture, he uses both names. Now, his parents were married at the time he was born, but it was due to Carla's pregnancy with Mr. Reales Dominguez. And although we've all heard stories about El Salvador, you will see that Carla's family was considered wealthy by El Salvador standards. Her father owned property, multiple businesses, a transportation company in the town. But Juan Carlos Reales, not wanting to be dependent on his father-in-law, for work when his son was only 1 year and 9 months old, left his wife and child and immigrated to the United States. That occurred in June of 2004. Now in February or March of 2005, when Mr. Reales Dominguez was approximately 2 years, 4 months old, his mother also decided to immigrate to the United States. It was supposed to be only temporary. She said she would come back, but she never did. And they abandoned their child in El Salvador with Carla's mother, Emily Victoria, his maternal grandmother, who would become the only parent he knew. Without any memory of his parents other than voices on occasional phone call, it was his grandmother who he viewed as his mother. It was his grandmother who he referred to as both mom and dad. His maternal grandfather lived close by, but he and Emily were separated, and she was the caregiver. He felt safe with his grandmother. He felt loved by his grandmother. But even in safe, loving environments, children can experience trauma. Emily was a school teacher, and until Mr. Reales Dominguez was old enough to begin school, she would occasionally leave him in the care of a maid, domestic servant, who worked for her, who sexually abused Mr. Reales Dominguez until she stopped working. But this was his home. This is where he was loved. This is where he felt safe. But children do not choose where they live. Adults make that decision for them. And in late 2008, shortly after his 6th birthday, a decision was made to send him to the United States to live with his parents. And in May of 2008, at only 6.5 years old, without any notice, he was placed in the back of an SUV, given a piece of paper with his parents' phone number in the United States, and handed off to coyotes hired to smuggle him into the United States. Although his father would later claim there was a family friend who was going to watch over him, that was not true. He was with complete strangers, all of them adults. And it was only a young pregnant woman who he did not know who took it upon herself to watch after this 6.5-year-old child, who was clearly terrified by the experience he'd been placed in. It was an absolutely terrifying journey that included many days of travel, some by vehicle, some by foot, without knowing where he was or where he was going, crossing a river at night on floaties when he did not know how to swim, and ended at the border with him and the pregnant woman hiding behind a bush while immigration officers took their party into custody. Mr. Reales Dominguez sat there crying, not knowing what was going to happen, until the woman told him that they had to turn themselves in. As an unaccompanied minor, left at the border, he would spend weeks in an immigration detention center, initially just with adults, and then ultimately placed in a group home for other unaccompanied children, before he was ultimately released to the custody of his mother's uncle, who was a U.S. citizen who lived in Tracy. But that uncle brought him to Oakland, where his parents then lived, leaving him with 2 people he did not know, and he did not recognize his parents, and a 1-year-old little brother, Dylan, who until that moment he didn't even know he had. Although his parents would claim he adjusted well, this was not the truth. His father would later testify that he was not loving toward his parents. He did not trust them. He did not see them as his parents. And the adjustment was so bad, the decision was made to bring his grandmother from El Salvador to be with him, to aid in the transition. But she didn't go by Coyote because she had a tourist visa. She just flew from San Salvador to SFO Airport. And when he saw his grandmother and was reunited, he was relieved. He would spend the next 5 months sleeping in her bed. The transition started to get better, and then she left again, leaving him devastated. And that was the last time he would ever see his grandmother in person. But like many children who experience severe trauma, Mr. Reales Dominguez had no choice but to move forward. Speaking only Spanish when he began school, he quickly learned English and would ultimately excel academically. In addition to his younger brother Dylan, his sister Mia was born in December of 2011, and you will see that old Mr. Reales Dominguez was distant from his parents. He was extremely close to his siblings, that he would take on the role of protector and caregiver of his siblings when his parents worked. Growing up in a neighborhood of high crime and poverty in Oakland, it was Mr. Reales Dominguez who had the responsibility of picking his siblings up from school, getting them home, making them food, directing the house chores until his parents got home from work. Even in high school, when he was balancing multiple sports practices, he would use the 1 hour between the end of school and the start of football practice to get on a bus, pick up his sister at elementary school, get her home before rushing back for the start of practice. His role as caregiver continued when his parents were home. It was a home life, you will see, often characterized by bizarre, erratic, and irrational behavior by his mother, behavior that a young child could not understand. There were frequent verbal fights between his parents, almost always initiated by his mother, alcohol abuse, and physical domestic violence. And while Mr. Reales Dominguez would say that neither of his parents ever did anything to him that he considered physical abuse, you will see that his father's definition of discipline is not anything most people or any people would consider reasonable. At Castlemont High School, he was an honor student, a four-sport varsity athlete, participating in football, soccer, track, and swimming. Football being his favorite. Although not big in stature, he had an athletic, muscular build, and through hard work, he would become the captain of his high school football team, even if they didn't win many games. And through his hard work in the classroom, he would excel academically, ultimately graduating 11th out of his graduating class. He was friendly and outgoing, always had a smile on his face. You will see he started a YouTube channel that consisted of him doing silly and stupid pranks with his siblings and friends. Despite his multiple achievements, he believed his immigration status would prevent him from ever attending college. But with the encouragement of a guidance counselor his senior year, without even telling his parents, he applied and gained admission to UC Davis. Shortly before Mr. Reales Dominguez began Davis in the fall of 2020, his parents would move from Oakland to Tracy. And when Mr. Reales Dominguez went off to school for the first time, still only 17, his parents didn't take him. He went by himself. He began Davis in the September of 2020. It was in the time of COVID and Zoom classes, and it was a very difficult time to begin college. And witnesses will describe that Mr. Reales Dominguez was much more reserved and quiet compared to his outgoing personality in high school. But despite the challenges of COVID, Mr. Reales Dominguez soon made multiple friendships across different social circles. The first good friend he met was a young man named Nathan Riego de Dios, a former football player himself. They met over a Zoom class, and Nathan invited Mr. Reales Dominguez to throw the football around, and they would soon become close friends, extremely close friends, and ultimately agreeing to share an apartment together the next year. And through Nathan, he met a young woman by the name of Kimberlee Guillory, who by the middle of his freshman year would become his girlfriend. And you will see she is probably the one person at UC Davis who knew him better than anyone else. During his time at his freshman year, he also became friends with a group of older students from a different social circle, Sydney Selesky, Mark Capito, and Christian Ortega, who invited Mr. Reales Dominguez to rush their fraternity. And through this rush process, he also became friends with a man named Philip Hahn. He was an older student who had attended UC Davis a few years earlier before taking a break. He returned and he rushed the fraternity with Mr. Reales Dominguez. Witnesses will describe a young man, although quiet and on the shy side, enjoyed social activities and being around others, and who they would observe laugh, smile, and joke around, just like any typical 18-year-old. Throughout his freshman year, he had a short haircut, what Kimberlee Guillory would describe as pristine hygiene, and a normal athletic build. A former high school athlete, he enjoyed playing pickup games of basketball and other athletic events, and nobody observed anything unusual about how he walked, moved, or carried himself. Like many students entering UC Davis as a bioscience major, he found the academic work far more challenging than he expected, but he struggled through it and ended the year in good academic standing. Even in a time of COVID, it was in many ways a typical freshman experience. But it was not typical. Although nobody recognized it at the time, Mr. Reales Dominguez was already beginning to exhibit symptoms of schizophrenia. He was already getting sick. There were certainly signs that others recognized in retrospect. Both Mark Capito and Philip Hahn will describe incidents toward the end of his freshman year when Mr. Reales Dominguez went to them and asked if they had ever heard voices. But like many progressive diseases, many of the symptoms are too subtle to recognize at the time.
Objection argumented.
Particularly for young adults in their teens and early 20s, unfamiliar with mental illness. When he returned to Davis during his sophomore year, he would move into the Parkside Apartments with Nathan and two other roommates. But it soon became clear to Nathan that something with his friend had changed. Suddenly he became extremely thin, really skinny, and he started to exhibit unusual behavior in the home that Nathan, having never witnessed mental illness, found scary. He would say it freaked him out. And these two young men who were extremely close friends during Mr. Reales Dominguez's freshman year, they began to distance themselves from each other, and by the end of the year, they weren't even communicating at all. Mr. Reales Dominguez would spend most of his time with his girlfriend, Kimberlee Guillory, and she herself observed significant and concerning changes in his behavior. Mr. Reales Dominguez lost significant weight. The pristine hygiene, where he wouldn't go out anywhere without going back to take a shower, was gone. And he preferred to spend most of his time in his room listening to music, writing songs, and yes, smoking cannabis, as did all the students in his friend group. But when Mr. Reales Dominguez and Ms. Guillory would go out, he was paranoid. She will describe multiple incidents where they were walking in the town of Davis or out in the community, and Mr. Reales Dominguez would believe that people they passed were saying things about him. And Ms. Gallardo recognized that these people were clearly engaged in their own conversations or hadn't said a word. And this would happen all the time. Too many for Ms. Gallardo to even count. Ms. Gallardo knew that Mr. Reales Dominguez was struggling with mental illness, but she did not, a 19-year-old, she did not know how to help. And she will describe an incident that happened in April or March of 2022, spring of their sophomore year, when she and Mr. Reales Dominguez were entering her apartment complex called the Ryder Apartments on Olive. And as they entered, another couple entered behind them, and Mr. Reales Dominguez suddenly turned, believing that the other man had said something to him. Ms. Gallardo described how Mr. Reales appeared to feel threatened by this man, even attempted to tackle him to the ground before Ms. Gallardo was able to separate him. And she will tell you, this man had not said or done anything. Unable to calm Mr. Reales Dominguez home, she will describe how she tried to drive him back to his apartment while he repeatedly tried to get out of the car while it was still moving. And when she finally stopped, he got out and disappeared into the darkness. That evening, she called him repeatedly to ensure that he was okay, but he never answered. And she feared the worst. And when she finally reached him the next morning and he refused to talk about what happened, Ms. Gallardo realized that as much as she cared about Mr. Reales Dominguez, she needed to end their relationship, which she did sometime in March or April of 2022, although they would continue to remain friends and see each other afterwards. Although it was a primary reason, she did not tell him it was his mental illness that caused her to end the relationship. After his relationship ended, Mr. Reales Dominguez's mental illness continued to progress. Late summer, early fall of 2022, he got a job at a Jack-in-the-Box on G Street in Davis, but it would not last long. A co-worker named Gladys Verdin will describe that on the first day of work, when she first got there, Mr. Reales Dominguez stood behind the counter, would not even acknowledge her. And their shifts would overlap, and she would describe about during their shifts, she would commonly see Mr. Reales Dominguez standing perfectly still with his arms straight at his side, just staring at a wall. And this would happen 2 to 3 times an hour every time. She will describe one incident when Mr. Reales Dominguez, attempting to work the drive-thru, stood motionless while staring at a wall, while the beeping of the drive-thru was heard throughout the restaurant. She repeatedly called out his name without any response. When she finally approached him, removed the headset from his head, at which time, in her word, he flinched really hard, got scared, and fled to the back of the restaurant. Mr. Reales Dominguez would often not show up for his shift, and eventually he just stopped showing up at all. Now, in the fall of 2022, Mr. Reales Dominguez moved into a residence at 762 Hawthorne, which he would share with Mark Capito, Philip Hahn, and Christian Ortega. He took over the room that was previously occupied by Sidney Selesky, who had to move home to Sacramento due to family concerns, but he would still frequently tend the house, come to the house. His name was still on the lease. And it soon became clear to all the housemates that Mr. Reales Dominguez was suffering from a mental illness. Extremely thin, with long hair that hung his face. It was clear he was not showering regularly, if he showered at all. He walked with a stiff gait, arms straight by his side, which some of them would describe almost like a zombie. He isolated himself in his room, and when he would leave the room, he would not even acknowledge them. He stopped feeding or caring for his cat Ember, a cat that a year earlier he had been completely dedicated to. And they will tell you how this cat, they would find the cat in the kitchen trying to tear into packages to get food. And that Mr. Capito ultimately started feeding the cat. And the cat started staying with Mr. Capito. During housemate meetings, he would stare off into space or stare at a wall, and they would have to say his name multiple times to get his attentions. And all three roommates observed things that indicated Mr. Reales Dominguez was hearing voices. Now, sometime after moving into the Hawthorne Lane residence, Mr. Reales Dominguez began to engage in a very unusual routine when he would leave his home, most often at night, and he would walk or ride a bike to a small number of random locations where he would sit and stare and engage in other bizarre behavior. One of these locations was Sycamore Park. Now, before moving into the Hawthorne Lane residence, Mr. Reales had been to Sycamore Park on a few occasions. He played basketball with Nathan at the elementary school next door, but it didn't have any meaningful connection to him. But within a few months of moving into the Hawthorne residence, he would go there regularly, usually sitting near on the play structure, where he would just sit there and stare at the ground or stare into space. On one of his walks, he found a knife blade that was separated from the handle. And he started this almost nonsensical routine of sitting on the play structure, throwing the blade at a nearby tree, seeing if it would stick. And when he realized that the dullness of the knife was preventing it from sticking in the tree, he did, on December 6th of 2002, order a knife from Amazon. Another seemingly random location where Mr. Reales Dominguez would regularly go, although less so than Sycamore Park, was an area along the railroad tracks at the intersection of K and 2nd and K Streets. This was a location of a portion of a downed power pole that I would describe as Mr. Reales Dominguez's sitting on.
So when you arrived on scene, from information you had, was there anything to suggest that Mr. Breaux's face in any manner was covered more than what you had observed in those photographs?
No.
Now I know that Mr. Breaux was sitting in the upright position when he was located, when he was found. But do you know what position he was in before he was stabbed?
No.
And so just based on the items that were on the bench, the backpack, sort of the blanket or shirt that he had on the bottom of it, and the other items, could it have been that he was laying down on it?
Yes.
In the photograph, or one of the photographs, you saw that earplug?
Yes.
I think it was in his left ear.
Left ear.
Left ear. Did you or anyone else ever find the right earplug?
Objection has to be answered outside, let's go across.
No, that's fine. Do it again. Oh.
No.
On the clothing that he was wearing, including sweatshirt and things like that, could you tell how thick the layers were on him, on his body?
Yes, they were visible. The thickness of each cloth item was visible.
Well, can you describe it? Just how much thickness, added to Mr. Breaux's size?
I would say it added quite a bit of thickness. It was 4 layers on the upper body, not just the long sleeve, standard shirt, but it was a total of 3 sweaters. One of them being a Gap knit sweater that was rather thick, and then on his bottom he had denim jeans, which are thick, but on the exterior of that he had sweats. Also, his socks were pulled up, and like the sweat legs were tucked in to the socks, which was odd.
As you mentioned earlier this morning about heat and those things, has it been your experience, or could you say that perhaps someone tucks their pants into their socks to keep heat in?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any follow-up on that?
Yes.
This is to be recrossed.
Detective Torres, the prosecutor asked you if you found any sort of sleeping mask or anything, and your answer was no.
No.
But when you found Mr. Breaux, the knot from the hood sweatshirt was actually right in his mouth.
Yes.
And you would agree when people pull up a hood tight, they generally don't put the knot in their mouths. You would agree with that?
Yeah.
So it's very likely this is not how the hood fit over Mr. Breaux when he tied it up and went to sleep.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Okay, I think we're done. Thank you. Agreed, Mr. Moore?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Torres, Detective Torres, I know we're going to see you again. So thanks for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Moore, would you return that exhibit
Yes.
to the clerk, and then your next witness?
Maria Breaux.
Okay.
Your Honor, we're still having trouble with the live stream again.
It's clear now, though. Okay. All right.
I'm just getting.
No, notice when you're going to put an exhibit out. Yeah, we're still talking. So we are fixing that problem, and we'll just not project anything on the screen. Can you keep that off the whole time? Yeah, okay.
clarification. Breaux's going to testify to Dr. Joe.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Breaux. As a courtesy, good to see you. Thank you. I'm going to have, in just a moment, I'm going to have the clerk administer the oath, and then we're going to take the witness stand. But we've been going for a while, so I'm going to stand up and stretch real quick. Feel free to join me. Thank you. And then I think, Deputy, we might as well bring those lines down because it's going to start over testimony. So the plan is to take a hard break at 3 o'clock, but we'll just see where we're at. No later than 3. Okay. Madam Clerk, go ahead.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now pending before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
My name is Anne Maria Breaux, ANNE-MARIA, BREAUX, and I go by Maria.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience with the court.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Moore, direct exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Breaux.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Breaux, did you have a brother named David?
I did.
Did David have a nickname?
He did.
What was that?
Compassion guy.
And was...
Can you turn the witness's mic up?
How far apart are you and David in age?
I was born 68 December. He was born February 73, so 3.5 years.
And did the two of you live in the same town?
For a while, we lived in the same town for many years.
Okay. How about in 2023? Did he live in Davis?
He lived in Davis, and I lived in San Francisco.
Did the two of you were you able to communicate often up to April of 2023?
Less often as of 2019, and primarily via Facebook Messenger.
But the two of you kept in contact and you kept up to date on sort of what he was doing and everything?
Yes.
And David, known as the compassion guy, did he have a calling in Davis where he would interact with people within the community?
Yes, he did.
And as part of living in Davis, how did he live? Like, did he live in a residence? Did he live outside? How did he live?
Part of his purpose was living with very humble means, and he lived intentionally without permanent housing. For many years, that was primarily couch surfing, house sitting, pet sitting, until 2019, where he went through a period of being intentionally unhoused in the community, maybe 30% of the time.
And in April of 2023, was he unhoused, living in the community at that point?
He was.
Have you ever frequented Central Park, ever visited Central Park?
I have.
And did you know David to spend time there?
Yes.
And is that where he would do most of his interaction with people in the community around Central Park and the blocks around that?
Specifically at the corner of 3rd and C at the compassion bench.
And that would be?
At the compassion bench at the corner of 3rd and C in Davis.
Right, and that's just southeast of the park itself, right?
That's correct.
So Ms. Breaux, on, I can show you People's 55A. Showing you 55A. Is that David?
It is.
And do you know about what time, what year this photograph was taken?
This was in 2013 during construction of the compassion bench.
And
I'm sorry, 2012.
2012. But in 2023, they would look pretty much the same. Permission to publish on?
Okay.
When I asked if David looked similar in 2023, he said, was that a yes?
Yes, that's a yes.
Thank you, Ms. Breaux. Now, in April of, did you have any communications with David on April 26th or April 27th of 2023?
I did not.
But on the 27th of April, did you receive a call about him?
I received a visit at my front door.
Who was that from?
The San Francisco medical examiner, someone from the San Francisco medical examiner's office.
And was that individual there to inform you that David had passed?
That's correct.
And I'm very sorry that we have to talk about this, and
I understand.
brings you here today with, at the time, did you know where David had been staying in Davis?
I did not.
But you knew that he had been out in the community following his mission?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Breaux. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Any cross-examination?
I have no questions for Ms. Breaux. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Breaux, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Your Honor, before our next witness, regarding
Get that set up.
Okay.
We'll call Sergeant John Ringer.
Great, let's get to the sergeant. Good afternoon. Come on in and stand here at the podium. Thank you for being here. I'm going to have the clerk administer the oath, and then we'll have you take the witness stand.
Would you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now pending before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name, their last four.
John Renger, R-E-N-G-E-R.
Okay, Mr. Dumar, direct exam.
Thanks, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Ringer.
How are you, sir?
I'm well. How are you?
Doing good.
Good. Currently a police sergeant.
Yes, sir.
How long have you been a peace officer?
13 years.
Are you employed by the City of Davis Police Department?
I am.
And what is your current assignment as sergeant?
I'm in charge of our traffic division, and I lead our evidence response team.
So you're the current lead of it.
I'm the current lead.
I didn't want to create any issues between you, Detective Torres, and he had been the lead.
Correct.
Now, did you attend the autopsy back in April of 2023 for David Breaux?
I did.
And did you take photographs at that autopsy?
I did.
Did you retain a homicide kit from the coroner?
Yes.
Okay, what's a homicide kit?
It includes evidence that they've collected when they were preparing the body for exam, things like fingernail scrapings, hair follicles, and such.
And did you know there to be DNA swabs in that from David Breaux?
Yes.
And is that something you collected and took possession of and booked into evidence to be later tested?
I did.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Any cross?
No, no.
No cross. Okay. All right, Sergeant. Thanks for your time. Okay, Mr. Zamora.
Your Honor, people are prepared to call Dr. Zhao, but there are 2 large exhibits that I am seeking to take to the wall for Dr. Zhao.
Okay. Well, we can do that.
So, may I have a moment?
Yeah. Thank you. Someone want to grab the doctor?
I am Governor.
Thank you. Dr. Zhao?
Yes.
Come on in.
Thank you.
Right here. I can have you stand at the podium.
Oh, sure.
Right here, sir. Thank you. Just wait for a second, and we're going to have the clerk administer the oath, and then we'll have you take the witness stand.
Sure.
Yeah.
Did you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now pending before this court is the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and have a seat here.
State your name and spell your last for the record.
Yes, Jimin Zhou, first name Jiemin, last name Zhou.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Keon, direct exam?
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me just have a brief moment, please.
Okay.
For the record, it will be 110 and 111. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
And just, I want to make sure I'm saying your last name. Is it Dr. Zhou?
Zhou.
Zhou? Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
All right. So to start off, what is your profession?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
And can you describe what that is?
Yes, a forensic pathologist is a medical doctor specializing in the field of forensic pathology.
And where do you work?
I'm self-employed in my own company, Jimin Zhou Medical Corporation.
And back in May of 2023, April, May 2023, were you in the same type of employment?
Well, technically it was a sole proprietorship, but it got incorporated into S corporation. But fundamentally, yes, I was still self-employed.
And at that time, were you considering yourself an independent contractor of sorts?
Yes, I was.
And were you contracted with a number of counties?
Yes, I was.
For what purpose?
To perform forensic autopsies.
Okay. And was Yolo County one of those counties that you were contracted with?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so you talked about you're a forensic pathologist. Is there a difference between a forensic pathologist and a coroner?
Yes, forensic pathologists are medical doctors specialized in the field of forensic pathology, versus coroners have more generic, broad definition. They could be laymen, non-medical doctors, specifically investigating deaths.
Understood. And is one of your functions as a forensic pathologist to determine the cause of death?
Yes, it is.
And is your primary role in working with these counties to perform autopsies?
Yes.
Is it primarily for a criminal setting?
Well, most cases typically are natural deaths or drug-related deaths, but I do perform autopsies that can be related to criminal trial.
Okay. And so, did you have to have training to become a forensic pathologist?
Yes, I did.
Can you talk about that training background, please?
Sure. Starting with my undergraduate qualifications, I went to the University of California, Los Angeles, graduating in 2013 and receiving my Bachelor of Science in Ecology and Evolutionary Biology. Afterwards, I attended medical school at the Howard University College of Medicine, receiving my medical doctorate degree in the year 2017. Afterwards, I received additional training, which is known as residency training, from Howard University Hospital, also located in Washington, D.C., in the fields of anatomic and clinical pathology. And then finally, I went to the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Baltimore to study forensic pathology, otherwise known as fellowship training, for a year.
And what got you to do the job, the forensic pathology job? Was that your goal through medical school residency, or was that an interest you had?
Yes, it was an interest I had.
And so the job that you had contracting as a forensic pathologist for the counties, back in April, May of 2023, how long had you had that position up to that point?
I had been working as a forensic pathologist prior to that at Sacramento County full-time since around summer of June, and I believe I had established my contract with Yolo County around December of the end of that year.
And when you were undergoing your training, did you have real-world experience undergoing autopsies before you went into the professional sector?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall approximately how many numbers of autopsies you presided over, assisted with?
Yes, in residency, I performed or assisted in approximately 50 autopsies, and in fellowship training, I don't remember the exact number, but it was something between 225 to 250 autopsies in Baltimore.
Okay. And since the time you went on your own and in your professional sector, approximately how many autopsies had you performed up to April, May of 2023?
Okay, so while I don't exactly remember the exact number based on the chronology, it would have been, I estimate, somewhere between 100, 200 additional more autopsies.
To present day?
Oh, to present day,
you were asked up to April, May of 2023. That's what he was saying.
I'm sorry, I got confused when you say additional. When you say additional, 100, 200 additional, can you elaborate what you mean by additional?
From the time I was in Sacramento to the time that I was at Yolo County to that date that you had mentioned.
There's a stipulation to his qualifications, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So let's go right into
proffering that as an expert?
Yes.
Okay, we have a qualified expert.
Yes.
Thank you. I want to note that because I'm going to give you a jury instruction regarding qualified experts.
Yeah, it'll be in the area of forensic pathology.
Thank you.
All right, so let's go right into it. Did you, back in 2023, conduct an autopsy on someone by the name of David Henry Breaux?
Yes, I did.
And you recall when you conducted that autopsy?
I would have to refresh my memory.
I know it's been 3 years, so please go ahead with the court's permission.
Yes.
Yes, April 29th, 2023.
And you recall where you performed that autopsy?
The Yolo County Sheriff Coroner's Office.
Okay. And is that standard when you are contracting with counties to perform autopsy, it's conducted in their county setting?
Correct.
Okay. When you were conducting the autopsy, were you present with anybody or were you by yourself?
No, there were other people. There can be, there's usually a technician that assists me. There may be interns that work for the Yolo County Sheriff Coroner's Office. Sometimes the investigator may be there. Sometimes detectives are there. Detectives for investigating the case.
Thank you. So, when you're conducting these autopsies, do you prepare a report?
Yes, I do.
And is that part of your standard course when you do these autopsies?
That is correct.
And do you make these reports at or near the time of your autopsy?
Yeah, typically a few days to a few weeks after.
Okay. And do those reports have complete information based on what you reviewed at the time of the autopsy?
Yes.
And are you the person that actually prepares those reports?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you, I believe it's going to be equals 11.
Yes, you can approach when you're examining a witness.
Thank you. So the sticker's on the plastic here, but can you review People's 11 and let me know if you recognize it?
Yes, it's a copy of my autopsy report.
Okay. And is that the autopsy report pertaining to Mr. Breaux?
That is correct.
And was that the autopsy report that you prepared based on your autopsy that you performed and your summary of what you determined?
Yes.
And is that a fairly accurate and complete recitation of the information from what you recall?
Yes.
Your Honor, does Your Honor handle admission later or not?
Yeah, later.
Okay, thank you. All right, one moment, please. So, going to the autopsy report, is it approximately, approximately 11 pages?
The exhibit you handed me is 7 pages plus a diagram, so 8 pages.
Okay, thank you. There is a diagram.
That is correct.
Okay. Can you look behind you? Do you see two really large blown up diagrams, do you recognize those?
Yes.
Okay, and what are those?
It's a diagram I had drawn of the backside and the front side of the decedent, identifying the sharp force injuries that I had described in the report and that I saw on the body.
Can I verify, did you say sharp?
Sharp, correct.
Thank you.
And with respect to the blown up, taped up images behind you, do those match the diagram reflected in your report?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And do you see a number of letters and parentheses throughout both of those exhibits, 110 and 111?
Correct.
Okay. And are those also reflected in your report?
Yes.
Okay. One more, please. So before we get into the letters, can you describe your process when you go into an autopsy? What do you do?
Sure. Typically, before I even perform the autopsy, I'll get a what's called a face sheet, providing me basic information about the decedent, a summary of the investigative findings at the time. I then, typically a Thursday, I go in and perform autopsies at Yolo County Sheriff Coroner's Office. The body will be in a white transportation bag or a body bag. I'll have a label with the decedent's name, case ID number. Pictures by one of the staff at the coroner's office will be done. We'll open the body bag. I'll document various demographic features of the decedent, such as like their hair color, their eye color. As part of the external examination, I'll document if he had any injuries associated, any scars, tattoos, stuff like that. Afterwards, we perform what's called the internal examination. So we'll make a cut from both shoulders to the middle of your chest, going downwards, and then we'll reflect the skin. We'll take out all the internal organs of the body, such as your heart, your lungs, your kidneys. We do that. Do the same with the organs of your neck, as well as we reflect your scalp. We remove the top of the skull, and we remove the brain, and we examine the brain.
Thank you. Now, is it fair to say that you conduct an exterior examination and an interior examination of the body?
Yes, to clarify, an external examination and an internal examination.
Thank you for correcting. So the external, would that reflect the dermis area, the outside of the skin, right? Is that what you're referring to?
Correct. What you can see before the body was cut.
Okay. And the internal is what you described as the organ area and all that?
Yes.
Okay. Reflecting the diagram, now that's not a unique drawing itself of a human male, is it?
No, it's just a generic diagram of a human male.
Is that standard with all autopsies to use a diagram such as this?
I typically use a male or female diagram depending on the decedent, yes.
Okay. And based on your involvement in the autopsy of Mr. Breaux, this was appropriate?
Yes.
Now, when you are preparing the diagram, how do you determine what to draw in relation to what you're observing? Are you going based on your measurements and going based on how the diagram is presented? Can you explain your process from creating these letters on the diagram?
Yes, so the letters reflect not necessarily the order which a wound was inflicted, but just an organizational method that I grouped the wounds in the report. So that's in a logical fashion. So typically I describe the wounds from top to bottom, so head, neck, and then your chest, abdomen, then your back, and then your upper extremities, so your right arm, left arm, your right thigh, leg, to your left thigh, leg, foot, etc.
Understood. And are these letters your best characterization of where the wounds would be on the actual body?
Yes.
Okay, going to the diagram in relation to your report, before we get into the specifics of that, I note that you have what you call evidence of traumatic injury, A through V, as a victor. But you also, within those, you label them different letters. Can you explain the discrepancy?
Correct. So at the time of autopsy, when we're taking photos, I want to make sure that every single photo has been taken. So I'll put labels, like these blue circular labels with a letter next to the wounds or group of wounds, just to make sure all the pictures are taken. And then I'll reorder in the report based on how I organize the injuries into the report.
Understood. So just for understanding, in a moment we're going to be looking at photographs, but with respect to, for example, letter A of your report, is letter A of your report corresponding to the letter of the diagram? Not the letter on the body, but the letter on the diagram?
That is correct.
Okay. So when we're referring to the diagram, we're referring to the letter of the report?
Correct.
Okay. And when we're referring to the letter that we'll soon see on the body, that will be contained within the report letter?
Yes, they'll say like label E or label F, etc.
So, with respect to Mr. Breaux, like I said, we're going to look at images, but upon just a visual inspection before going right into it, could you determine that Mr. Breaux had injuries?
Yes.
And what type of injuries did he sustain?
He had multiple sharp force injuries.
Do you recall approximately how many there were?
31.
And when you say sharp force injuries, what do you mean by that?
That they were inflicted by a sharp object, such as a knife, a dagger, a sword.
Okay. And with respect to a sharp instrument like a knife, are you able to determine whether a knife was angled a certain way?
I'm able to determine how the knife went in directionally into the body.
Okay. And so, when you are reviewing these injuries, do you also measure the depth, the width of the injuries themselves?
Yes, typically I measure the length and the width of the injury in addition to the depth of penetration.
Okay. Your Honor, I am intending to...
Thank you for the notice. Thank you. Yeah.
Should we start now?
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure. Okay. While this is, let's do this. With respect to, just so we can correspond properly to the labels here, let's do this. I'm going to give you a green highlighter / marker. I know you indicated that these letters refer to the court, but not to the letters that we're going to see in the photos, right?
Correct.
Can we go through briefly with this green marker and correspond with that letter, for example, letter A? I think in your report you have a different letter for the photo. Let's go through and correspond them if we have a moment.
Sure.
Okay. I think this should be visible.
Okay.
So let's go through briefly with this. We'll get to that in just a moment. Okay. So going quickly, letter A. If you wouldn't mind identifying letter A. And this is just for the record. This is for the front portion of the human male diagram. Is that correct?
Correct.
And letter A refers to stab wound on the lateral left side of the upper chest. What label did you label on the actual body?
E.
Can you please itemize E with referring to letter A, please?
Okay.
We're going to try this. See, hopefully this will make sense.
Okay. All right. We've got a setup. Okay. Now we are going to take a break now.
Okay.
So I understand what you're doing. Go. Doctor, thank you. We're going to take an afternoon break. Leave your exhibits and your markers here. And to the jury, three-part admonition: don't discuss, don't research, don't form opinions. And I'll see you in 15 minutes. Enjoy your break.
on the body?
Yes, I labeled it as a stab wound of the lateral. Once again, lateral means the side, left side of the mid chest.
Okay. And so, do you see, and what label do you have?
F.
F. Do you see F on 6645?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And can you point with your laser pointer? Okay. You've started circling towards the middle of the image. Can you point to the diagram which label we're referring to? Okay. And that would be B of the diagram.
That is correct.
And with respect to this wound, how many inches approximately from the top of the head did this wound have?
17 inches.
And to the anterior midline, can you describe that?
9 inches to the left of the anterior midline.
Okay. And what about the penetration?
The depth of penetration was measured to be 1 1/4 inches.
What about the wound path?
It went front to back, left to right, and upward.
Okay. Similar to letter E or letter A of the diagram?
That is correct.
Okay. And the wound measurements themselves, did wound E and F corresponding to A and B, were those wound measurements similar?
In which measurement could you specify?
Meaning the actual wound measurement itself, were those similar in measurement?
Yes, they were both 7/8 inch long by 1/8 inch wide.
Okay. Showing 6649, is this an up-close image of label F on the body?
Yes.
Now let's move on to letter C of the report. What label would letter C be on the body?
A Q.
Do you see Q in 6685 here?
Yes, right here.
Okay, you're referring to towards the head?
Yes, the top of the back.
Okay. Can you identify in the diagrams behind you where do you see label C of your report, label Q of your body?
Yes, right here, once again on the top right side of the diagram of his back.
Okay. And how much from the top of the head was this one from?
9 inches.
And what about the posterior midline?
8 inches to the right.
Can you describe for us, when I say anterior midline and posterior midline, what am I referring to?
The anterior means the front of your body, and the posterior means the back of your body.
Okay. What about midline?
Midline just means the center.
So when you are saying a certain number of inches left or right, are you referring to inches right or left of the midline? Is that what you're referring to?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, this wound, do you know the wound measurement?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was 1.5 inches long and 1/8 inch wide.
Okay. What about the wound path? Did you have anything remarkable about the wound path for this particular wound?
No, except that injured the skin and the underlying soft tissue.
Okay. Now, let's move on to D of your report. What label on the body is D of your report?
R.
R. Okay. Do you see R in 6685 here?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, in 6685, how many wounds are next to the blue sticker that says R?
2.
Okay. So when you say R, is that referring to both of them?
Yes.
Okay. Can you identify where R would be on the diagram, please?
Yes, right here.
And with respect to label R, how, from the top of the head, can you describe the distance?
10 3/4 inches below the top of the head.
And how about the posterior midline?
8 3/4 inches to the right.
Okay. What about the wound measurement itself?
They were approximately 1 inch long and 1/8 inch wide.
Okay. What about did you have a penetration depth of this one?
Yes, up to 1 inch.
Now let's move on to E. what label do you have on the body with E?
P.
And you see that in 6685.
Yes, I do.
And what about the diagram behind you?
Yes, right here.
With E of the report, P on the body, how many inches from the top of the head?
13 inches.
And what about from the posterior midline?
2 to the left.
What about the wound measurement?
It was 1 1/8 inches long and 1/16 inch wide.
Okay. Question about how they look. Does the nature of the shape of it, is that significant when you're examining a wound? Versus if it's circular, if it's oval, is that significant?
It can be, but not necessarily. In this case, the wounds either stretch or look compressed depending on the natural folds of the skin.
Okay. And with E of the report, P of the body, what was the penetration depth?
1 3/4 inch.
Just showing you 66, 68. Is this the same wound we were just referring to?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to F. F is which label?
F are these 4 wounds here that I have labeled S, T, and U.
Okay. And then, do you see the corresponding labels of the body here?
Yes.
Okay. Are they in the center of the image?
Yes.
This is referring to 6664 of the image. From the top of the head, how far down were these wounds?
Approximately 17 inches.
And what about from the posterior midline?
6.5 inches to the right.
And the approximate measurement of the wounds themselves?
The length was from 1 to 1.5 inches and 1/8 inch wide.
Okay. Were you able to determine penetration depth on any of these?
Yes, 3.5. It was up to 3.5 inches.
Okay. With respect to these particular wounds, was there anything remarkable with the internal examination?
Yes.
And can you explain those, please?
It had injured the rib cage and it had injured the right lung.
Okay. All right. Do you recall whether the lung, what type of wound the lung sustained?
Yes, a sharp force injury.
And this is 6665. Do you see label T on here as well?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see another label here as well? That's easily visible. Is W in here?
Yes.
Okay. So let's do this actually. Before we get to W, 6671. Are we looking at S and T here?
Yes, and U as well.
And U. Thank you. Now, letter G on your report. What label does that correspond to?
W.
Okay. And with W, can you identify in the diagram where we would see W?
Yes, these 3 wounds right here.
Okay. And in 6670, do you see W here?
Yes, I do.
And how many inches from the top of the head were these wounds?
Excuse me. 21.5 inches.
Okay, what about from the posterior midline?
5 inches to the right.
And did you determine a penetration depth?
Yes, up to 3.5 inches.
Was there anything remarkable with your examination of the internal examination?
Yes, it had injured the rib cage as well as the liver.
Okay. Well, could you determine what type of wound the liver sustained?
A sharp force injury.
Okay. Was it a significant wound?
Well, all wounds can be significant, but wounds that injure organs such as the lung and the liver can cause rapid blood loss.
Understood. Now, let's move on to letter H. Letter H on your report and the diagram refers to what label?
V.
V as in boy?
V as in Victor.
Victor. I apologize. That would be... Apologize, I'm having to jump around with these images. Do you see in image 6667 label V?
Yes.
Okay, and approximately from the top of the head, how many inches down?
20.25 inches.
And from the posterior midline?
2.5 to the left.
Please. Okay, and with the wound measurement, were you able to determine that?
Yes, it was 1 1/8 inch long and 1/8 inch wide.
What about a penetration depth?
2.5 inches.
Okay. Thank you. And was label V or H in your report, was there anything remarkable within the internal examination?
Yes, it had injured the left lung.
And was this separate injury from the previous injury you were referring to from the lung?
Yes, that was on the right lung.
Understood. And this was the left lung?
That is correct.
Understood. Let's move on to I. Okay, I would be What label does I on your report refer to?
X.
Okay, you see X in 6666.
Yes.
Okay. Can you identify with the diagram where we would see it? Middle of the back there?
Yes, the left side of the middle of the back.
Okay. From the top of the head, what is the measurement from the top of the head in inches?
24 inches below the top of the head.
Okay. And from the posterior midline?
5 inches to the left.
And do you have a wound measurement for this one?
Yes. It was 1 3/8 inch long by 1/8 inch wide.
Okay, and what about a penetration depth?
Up to 3 inches.
And was there anything, when I say remarkable, can you explain what do I mean when I say remarkable?
Yes. Some of the wounds only injure the skin and the soft tissue, while every injury can be fatal. Some wounds, if they injure, say, an organ, they can cause more rapid blood loss.
Is the term remarkable or unremarkable a kind of a medical terminology that doctors tend to use in general, more or less? I'll withdraw the question. Now, this was X. Next would be J on your report, correct?
Correct.
Okay, what label would J correspond to?
Y.
Y. All right. Image 6669, do you see label Y?
Yes.
And with this one, how many inches from the top of the head did you measure?
27.5 inches.
And from the posterior midline?
2 1/4 to the right.
And were you able to determine a penetration depth for this wound?
Up to 1 3/4 inches.
Now, with this particular wound, was there anything remarkable for the internal examination? Or nothing notable?
I had just listed that it had injured the skin and the soft tissues.
Thank you. And next we have letter K. My apologies, I don't believe I asked. J would refer to where on the diagram?
Here on the right side of the mid-back. Or lower back, excuse me.
Letter K is... Letter K refers to which wounds on the body? What label?
A.
Okay, do you see A here? Little off frame. Is it to the left of 6629?
Yes.
And with K, is label A referring to both of those wounds?
Yes.
And did you measure these wounds differently from the others? Were these wounds measured not from the top of the head, but from the shoulder?
Yes.
Okay, from the shoulder, from the right shoulder that we see, how many inches down?
1.5 inches from the top of the shoulder.
Okay, what about the wound measurements?
They were 1 1/4 inches long by 1/8 inch wide.
Okay. With these wounds, were you able to determine a wound path?
Yes.
And what was that?
Front to back, right to left, and downwards. Downward meaning towards the foot.
I'm going to go back real quickly to the previous wound, J, or label Y. Did you have a wound path for this one as well?
Yes, I had slightly back to front, right to left, and downward.
Okay. All right. Oh, and then now 6636. Is this another image of label A?
Yes.
And in this particular image, it looks like, is that your hand with a glove?
I'm not sure.
Okay. What's the purpose of the pinching?
So when I measure the wounds, when I describe the width, in the report I write after reapproximation. So I typically pinch it to try to best describe the actual width of the injury.
I see. And that's what's being reflected in 6636?
Correct.
Please. Now, next we have is letter L. Is that correct? On your report?
Yes.
Okay. Letter L refers to which letter on the body?
Label N.
N as in Nancy?
Correct. N as in Nancy.
My apologies. This is the only letter I didn't document an image number, so bear with me here, okay?
Sure.
There we go. Okay. So, with respect to letter N on the body, L on your report, do you see letter N on 6680?
Yes.
Okay. And you're circling towards the right of the image. Can you identify in the diagram where letter L would be?
Yes, it's on the lateral side of the right arm or on the side of the right arm.
Okay, just to summarize, just to reiterate, the green next to that letter is corresponding to the blue marker.
Correct.
So with label N on the image, from the top of the right shoulder you measured, how many inches down?
3 3/4 inch.
And the wound measurement was what?
1.5 inch long by 1/8 inch wide.
Okay, and what about the penetration depth?
Up to 3 inches.
Okay, and was there anything notable or remarkable with the internal examination with this particular one, or no?
I just wrote that injured the skin and the underlying soft tissues.
Okay. Next we have letter M, as in Mary. What label do you have for M?
O.
Okay. Do you see O in 6679?
Yes.
Okay. And on the diagram, where would M be?
Right here on the back of the back and towards the center of the right arm.
And with this particular wound, how many inches below the right shoulder is this particular wound?
5 1/4.
And what was the wound measurement?
It was 3 inches long, and once again, I reapproximate, so I squeeze it together, and it was approximately 1/4 inch wide.
And were you able to determine a penetration depth?
Up to 2.5 inches.
Thank you. Next we have N as in Nancy, and N refers to which label on the body?
B.
And you're circling on the diagram showing the front. Is that the right arm in the diagram?
Correct.
Okay. And does label B of the body refer to more than one wound?
Yes, 3 stab wounds.
Okay. And in image 6629, is that what we're seeing here?
Yes.
And with these wounds, approximately how many inches from the top of the right shoulder were these wounds?
8.
And what were the approximate wound measurements?
They range from 1/2 inch to 1 1/4 inches long by 1/8 inch wide.
What was the penetration depth?
2 1/4 inches.
Show you 6642. Is this an image with the measuring card intact?
Yes, with the scale.
Thank you. All right, now we're on to letter O. On your report is what label on the body does letter O correspond to?
C.
Okay. So O, are you circling O in the diagram?
Right here.
Is that the back of the right arm on the diagram?
Yes.
Okay. And 6640, do you see label C on the bottom?
Yes.
And with respect to label C, approximately how many inches below the top of the right shoulder was this wound?
11.
And the wound measurement was how much?
2.5 inch long by 1/4 inch wide.
And were you able to determine a penetration depth?
1.5 inches.
Thank you. Next we have P. Is that correct?
Yes.
And P refers to what label on the bottom?
D as in dog.
Okay. And you're circling the right front forearm on the diagram, is that correct?
Correct.
And in image 6639, you see label D.
Yes.
All right. And with D, how many inches below the top of the right shoulder?
19.
You identify this as a V-shaped cutting wound. Can you explain what that means?
Yeah, rather than it typically going straight in or horizontal perpendicular across the arm, it came at an angle, so it made more of a V-shaped to the wound.
Just so I understand correctly, when you say a V-shape, are you referring to the blade would enter twice?
No, I'm just describing what the wound looked like.
Okay. Basically, this image would be what you identify as a V.
Correct.
And what's peeled back, is that skin?
Yes.
The wound measurement was how much? For label D of the body?
Yes, sorry. It was 1.5 inches long and 1/2 inch wide.
Okay. Were you able to determine a penetration depth?
1/8 inch.
Okay. Next we have Q, and Q refers to what wound?
It refers to the labels on M and L.
Okay. Is image 6655 the wound we're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. Now we don't see a sticker here, but is that label M of the body?
Yes.
Showing you 6657, you now see the label M.
Yes.
And also, now Q, we had label M, and was there also label L?
Correct.
Okay, so 6658, is that also corresponding to the Q of your report?
Yes.
Can you identify with the diagram? You're circling the
back of the right hand and the front of the right hand.
Okay. And this particular wound, going to 6655 and 6656, can you describe what we're seeing here?
Yes, it's a metal rod that I had inserted through the hand.
Okay, and what's the purpose of that rod?
It's to show that the wound path connects from the front to the back of the hand.
And this particular wound was a through and through stab wound, is that correct?
Yes, it's consistent with a through and through stab wound.
Okay, and are you able to identify which particular finger was closest to?
The fourth finger.
Would that be the ring finger?
That is correct.
Okay. And from the top of the right shoulder, approximately how much down is this?
27.5 inches.
And the wound of label N measured approximately how much?
1.25 inches long by 1/16 inch wide.
Was there anything remarkable, was there anything surrounding this particular wound label N that was significant for you?
Yes, there was a bruise that was 1.5 inches by 1.5 by 1/2 inch big.
Okay. And then going to 58, label L, which is still Q, what was the closest finger that you identified with?
The middle finger.
Okay. And this particular wound, what was the measurement for this particular?
It was 1.25 inches long by 1/16 inch wide.
And from the top of the right shoulder, what about this one?
26.5 inches.
And I know it's a through and through wound, but were you able to determine approximate penetration depth?
1 inch.
1 inch. Now we have letter R. Is that the next on your report?
Yes.
And what label does letter R refer to?
G.
Okay. You're circling the front side of the left shoulder area?
The front side of the left arm.
Okay. Image 6653, do you see label G from the bottom?
Yes.
Okay. And this particular wound from the top of the left shoulder measured how many inches?
6 inches below the top of the left shoulder.
Okay. And the wound measurement itself?
It was 1/2 inch long by 1/8 inch wide.
Was there anything remarkable about the surrounding area that you noted?
Yes, there was a purple bruise up to 3/8 inch around it.
Okay. This particular wound, did you identify this as a through and through as well? In connection with another wound?
Yes, it could be a through and through wound of the next injury listed.
which is injury S.
That is correct.
Okay, when you say through and through wound, is that, can you describe that for us, please?
It just means there was a wound path that connected from one stab wound to to another stab wound.
Is that similar to what we saw with label L and M of the right hand?
Yes.
Okay. So with this particular, we were on R, now we're going to go to letter S of your report. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what label did you assign letter S of your report to the body, the corresponding body?
H.
Okay, and we have 6633 image here. Do you see the label H here?
Yes, I do.
Okay. From the top of the left shoulder, how many inches below the top left shoulder did you determine?
6 1/4.
And what was the wound measurement?
1 inch long by 1/8 inch wide.
Okay. And the wound path for this particular wound, were you able to determine that?
Yes.
And what was that?
Back to front, left to right, and slightly upward.
And an approximate penetration depth of how much?
3 inches.
Can you identify the diagram where we see letter S, please?
On the side of the left arm.
Okay, and this particular wound on the diagram, is this the through and through wound for letter R on the other side, meaning the back of the diagram? Is that correct? Or is R on the front?
Yes.
Okay. Those two are the through and through you're referring to, is that correct?
Yes, they were consistent with a through and through as there was a wound path in between.
Okay. So this was 6633, and then we get 6654. Is this label H of the body that we're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. You talked about the pole. Is this the same type of scenario you're referring to with the hand?
That is correct.
Is this to refer to the through and through when you're identifying?
Yes.
Next is T. Is that correct? Under report?
Yes.
And T refers to which label?
I.
Okay. Do you see label I in 6633?
Yes.
Okay. And from the top of the left shoulder, how many inches below the top of the left shoulder did you measure?
8 3/4.
And the wound measurement itself?
1 1/4 inch long by 1/8 inch wide.
Okay. Did this also have a wound path as well?
Yes, I wrote the direction was back to front, left to right, and upward.
And the penetration depth, please?
Up to 1 3/4 inches.
Okay. And so there's 2 more wounds in your report, is that correct?
Correct.
Letter U refers to which label on the body?
J.
Okay. And this also is reflected in 6633?
Yes.
And label J of the body, can you identify where J would be on the diagram, please?
Yes, right here on the side of the left forearm.
Now, label J of the body from the top of the left shoulder. How many inches below the top of the left shoulder?
14 1/2.
And the wound measurement, please?
It was 2 1/4 inches long and 1/8 inch wide.
Okay. And the penetration depth?
Up to 1 1/2 inches.
Was there anything remarkable with an internal examination for this particular wound?
Yes, it had fractured the left radius, which is a bone on your forearm that leads from your elbow to the side of your thumb.
Okay. Is that with a typical knife wound that would penetrate a forearm like this, is it common for the radius bone to be broken in that, or does that require extra force?
To fracture a bone would require more force than to just simply enter the skin.
And with respect to the wound path for this, what was the wound path for this?
Yes, it was back to front, left to right, and upward.
And then the last letter of your report is letter V as in Victor.
Yes.
What label do you identify with V?
It is label K, which is on the front side of the left forearm.
And do we see letter K in 6652?
Yes.
And letter K, or label K here, approximately how many inches below the top of the left shoulder?
19 inches.
What was the wound measure?
3/4 inch long and 1/8 inch wide.
What about the penetration depth?
3 inches.
And did you have a wound path for this particular one?
It went front to back and downwards.
Now I'm going to show you just a few more images here. $66.59. Is this a kind of an image taken of more of the whole back area representing multiple wounds?
Yes.
And do these depict a number of the wounds you just recently testified about?
Yes.
And does this basically summarize more or less the diagram behind you?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see here. Move on to 6662. Does 6662 represent a collection of wounds that you recently testified to?
Yes.
How about 6663?
Yes.
And 66, I think we already got 6664, but just in case, is this a collection of wounds as well?
Yes.
6665?
Yes.
Okay. One moment, please. And I'm going to show you just a couple more and we're almost done. 6590. Was this more of the left side of the body when you, prior to doing the measurements?
Yes.
Okay. And 659, 352.
Well, I mean, you're almost done. It would be 352, but if you got one or two, that's
Yeah,
fine.
I'm almost done.
Yeah.
I got 3 more.
Okay, that's fine.
6592.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. The last two here. $6597.
Yes.
The last one is going to be 6611.
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to take the images off for now. And I'm going to ask you some questions here, okay? Okay. Now, just to clarify, these are not all of the images that you're familiar with the autopsy. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Are there other images that reflect more of the external examination?
Yes.
And are there other images that reflect the internal examination?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to show you the internal at this time. So I'm going to show you Exhibit 37 here.
These more autopsy photos?
No, this is the gold.
Oh, okay. So the knife's 34.
No, this is the...
Oh, a doll.
Yeah, 34 was the actual. This is
like a replica.
correct. So I'm trusting that what was represented was gold. So. All right, so we have Exhibit 37 here. Now, with blue tape on here, this is to reflect that this is a dulled knife, okay? Taking this knife, if you can grab the knife from here, can you examine Exhibit 37, please? And can you let me know, is this a knife that is consistent with, capable of producing the wounds that we just recently talked about?
Yes, it's consistently.
Okay. And is there anything that you need to elaborate on that examination, or is it based on your visual observations?
Visual.
Okay. And is that also consistent with the measurements of the wounds that you're able to make that determination?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, back in February of 2025, approximately, were you asked to review a scene photo by someone from the district attorney's office?
Yes.
Okay. And my understanding is 7339. Yes. This is not, excuse me, this will be a scene photo of Central Park with talk over, but I still...
Okay, let's just go audio only.
Just one image.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you for the notes.
Are you using the computer or the electric?
Computer. Okay. Okay. Showing 7339. Does this image look familiar to you?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the same image you were asked to review back in February of 2025?
Yes, I was asked to review. Well, I was asked to review photos of the decedent on the park bench.
Okay. And with respect to this particular image, based on the positioning of, for hypothetical here, let's assume this is Mr. Breaux, okay? Based on the injuries that you observed, were those injuries capable of being produced with somebody, with him seated like this?
It would be inconsistent with some of the injuries.
Okay. And why is that?
He had multiple injuries on his back that were horizontal, and to his back was the park bench, which had vertical slits.
Okay. And is it significant because the park bench is also metal? Does that also play a role in your opinion?
Yes.
Now, for the sake of the hypothetical, you see a backpack here.
Yes.
If we were to assume that he were to be sleeping on the backpack, right, head on the backpack, would the injuries, if he's lying down, be consistent with, for example, the back injuries? So if he's lying down, let's say the head is lying down on the backpack. Based on your recollection of the back injuries and the front injuries, would it be more consistent with Mr. Breaux lying down in that manner?
It could be, yes.
Okay. Now, to be fair, is it fair to say you weren't there?
Yes.
Okay. So this is just your generalized opinion based on your examination of the body?
Yes.
So based on, now, is it also fair to say that there were significant injuries to the left arm?
Yes.
If the left arm were, so if we have the back, let me rephrase this. The gears are turning in my head, I'm trying to phrase it right, okay? So, if he's sleeping on his left side, is it likely that the injuries for his left side would have been occurring if he's sleeping on his left side?
You mean, to clarify, you mean his head is sleeping on the backpack and then the front of his body is facing towards the back of the bench? Yes, it could be.
Now, what about the hand wound? The hand wound, do you know approximately how many bones are in the palm of the hand?
I don't currently remember on the top of my head.
Okay. Now, with the hand wound, that was a through-and-through wound. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Does the hand wound itself require greater force to penetrate the bones of the hand, or is it the same to your understanding?
To clarify, in comparison to what?
The torso.
What?
To the torso.
Well, if it penetrated a bone, it would need more force than if it just penetrated skin and soft tissue.
Now, we talked about fracture. Is a fracture considered a break?
Yes.
And are you familiar with how much force itself? I know we talked about more force, but how much more force is needed to break a bone?
No, I don't know the exact amount of physical force.
Okay. But based on the injuries that you've seen, the wounds that you've seen, is it, I know you weren't there, but does it seem more likely that the wounds were consistent with someone sleeping? Head down.
Foundation. Sustain.
Now, based on all you've seen, the wounds that you've seen, are you able to determine a cause of death?
Multiple sharp force injuries.
And when you say multiple sharp force injuries, can you describe what you mean by that?
There were multiple stab wounds and cutting wounds that led to death.
Okay. Now, with respect to the wounds themselves, I know you examined all the wounds and you gave us, I guess, a sequential number of letters. Do those letters represent the order of the wounds, or is it just your observations of one by one?
It's just for organization.
Okay. I apologize if I already asked you this, but how many stab/cutting wounds did Mr. Breaux have?
31.
Do you recall letter O of the body? Do you recall that? I believe it was the arm. It was labeled O in the blue.
Yes.
Do you remember it was a big gaping hole?
Yes.
Can you describe the significance of that? Why would that be different than the other ones?
Yeah, once again, it depends on how the lines of your skin kind of fold. So if the wound was inflicted parallel to the lines of your skin, they look more narrow. But if they're inflicted, say, perpendicular or at a 90-degree angle towards the folds to the lines of your skin, then your skin will stretch out when you relax.
I see. And is that what seems to have happened here?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then, just to clarify, through and through wound is basically entering one side and exiting the other?
Correct.
Okay. Now, almost done here. With respect to Mr. Breaux that you examined, do you recall approximately how tall he was and how much he weighed?
Yeah, he was 248 pounds and 6 feet and 1 inch tall.
Okay, so 6'1"?
Yes.
And in inches, that'd be 73 inches?
That is correct.
Do you recall determine whether he was malnourished, well-nourished?
Referring to my report, he was well nourished.
Okay. When you say well-developed, what does that signify?
It means he appears like many of us, like a normal human being. He doesn't have significant developmental abnormalities that are obvious.
Okay. And just to summarize here, based on your comprehensive examination of the body, were essentially all the wounds from the neck to the waist, more or less, including the arms?
Yes, they were on the torso, which is the chest, abdomen, back, and both arms.
Okay, so you didn't notice any wounds on the head or below the waist?
Correct.
One moment, please. One, please. All right. No further questions?
Great. That was a direct examination of Dr. Zoe and Mr. Hutchinson. Cross?
I have no questions.
No cross? Okay, Dr. Zoe, thank you for your testimony today. I appreciate it. And have a good night.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And so, Mr. Keon, we don't need these exhibits anymore. Is that correct?
That was just for Dr. Zoe.
Exactly. So let's take those down.
Yes.
And then, Mr. Keon, do you have, Mr. Demora or Keon, do you have a witness ready?
Yes, people call Amen Janatapi. I will grab him, Your Honor.
Okay, great. Yes, thank you for doing that. Counsel, appreciate it.
All right, if I hold it, since there's tape, is that okay?
Okay, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Come on in, if you would, and thank you for being here today. Would you stand at this podium right here? Thank you. How are you today?
I'm good.
Okay, awesome. So I'm going to ask the clerk to give you an oath, and after you take the oath, then I want you to have a seat here in the stand. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the cause now pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Sorry, could you please repeat that?
Yeah, if you could just state your full name and spell your last name.
Sure. My full name is Aman Ganapathy Manvatira, and my last name is Manvattira.
R.
IRA, yeah.
Judge, can I get the full spelling of the name?
Right. Yeah, your first name.
Aman Ganapathy, which is AMAN, then there's a space, and then GANAPATHY.
Great, thank you. So, how do you pronounce your last name?
Manvatira.
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 Okay, thank you. All right. So, Mr. DeMar, direct exam.
And good afternoon. A little nervous today?
Yes.
Okay, well, we'll take it slow, and anything that I ask that you don't know, let us know. If I ask something that you don't understand, let us know as well. So I'll start with questions. Mr. Hutchinson may have questions for you as well, okay? All right, and since this is not how we normally communicate, we'll have to do yes or no answers for Madam Court Reporter over here. So if I correct you, I'm not trying to interject or be rude. So, sir, how old are you?
24.
What do you do right now for a living? Are you a student or are you working?
I work as a software engineer.
Have you graduated from college?
Yes.
Where did you go to college?
I did my undergrad at UC Davis and my master's at UCLA.
UC Irvine?
UCLA.
When did you graduate from UC Davis?
2023.
Did you know and have a friend named Karim Abou Najm?
Yes.
How long did you two know each other?
About 2 to 3 years or so.
So met maybe your freshman or sophomore year in college?
Sophomore year.
Sophomore year. Were the two of you in the same major? Were you in the same school at UC, the same college at UC Davis?
The same college, slightly different majors, but lots of overlap.
How often did the two of you see each other?
Almost every day.
Okay, you have classes together, and then outside of school, you guys would hang out and spend time together?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about 2023. Was Karim one of your closest friends?
Yes.
And I'll show you a picture. Labeled People's Exhibit 109. And do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
And how do you recognize this?
I'm in the photograph, just cropped out.
Is that your hand off to the left right there?
Yes.
Right. And who is this in the photograph?
Karim.
And do you know what date this photo is from?
The 29th of April, 2023.
And where was this photograph taken?
The undergraduate research conference at UC Davis.
And so as you mentioned, you were in that photograph, the uncropped version of it. So did you spend all or part of April 29th, 2023 with Karim?
A part of it, yes.
All right, so that day, we just focused on April 29th. When did you first see him?
Roughly around noon.
And where were you?
Wellman Hall at UC Davis.
Which hall?
Wellman Hall at UC Davis. That's where I met him that day.
Do you know how he got there?
He biked.
And is biking something that Karim would usually do to get from point A to point B?
Yes.
Do you remember what type of bike he had?
I can't recall off the top of my head right now.
Do you remember what color?
It's been a few years, unfortunately.
Do you remember if it was a mountain bike or a cruiser?
I'm afraid I'm not too familiar with the kinds of bikes.
That's okay. So, you meet on campus. Where did you guys go from there?
So, the undergraduate research conference was at Wellman Hall, so we were there for a few hours. And then we left to Sacramento. And we spent some time in Sacramento, and then we came back to Davis where I was dropped off at my place.
And why did you go to Sacramento?
We just finished presenting at the undergraduate research conference, and we thought it went pretty well. So we wanted to celebrate by getting a bite to eat.
And was it just the two of you, or were there other people?
There were 2 other people.
Who were those individuals?
Sophia Towson and Ashley Bilbrey.
And so the 4 of you went to Sacramento, and you came back. Did the 4 of you stay together? Did you go separate ways?
They dropped me off at my apartment roughly around 6:30 p.m. or so on that day.
And is that the last time that you saw Karim in person?
Yes.
Do you know where he was going?
They just mentioned that they would head downtown for a bit.
And did you believe that to be downtown Davis?
Yes.
And were you the only one of the group of 4 that did not go downtown?
Yes, as far as I know.
At that point, do you know if Karim's bike was still where you had first seen him? Or excuse me, do you know if Karim's bike was still on campus where you met at Woman Hall?
I know that it was still on campus, but I can't say for sure it was exactly where he left, like where he brought it to Wellman Hall.
So I guess my question would be, from the time you saw him arrive at Wellman Hall and the 2 of you met, to the time that you got dropped off at your apartment, you had never seen him go back and get the bike, correct?
Yes.
And he didn't bring it with him to Sacramento?
No, he did not.
So on April 29th, the last time you saw Karim in person was around, I think you said 6:30, correct?
Yes.
Did you hear from him either like directly or in another setting anytime later that evening?
Indirectly, he sent a message on a shared Discord group.
What's Discord?
A social media application.
Is that one of those social media applications where you can group text similar to text message, but it's just an application?
Yes, you can create servers where groups of people can chat on different threads.
About what time was that, you said?
Roughly around 8:25 is when I saw that message from him.
8:25 p.m.?
Yes, sorry.
Is that when it was sent or when you saw it?
That was when it was sent.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Demora. Mr. Hutchinson?
I have no question.
No cross. Okay, sir, thank you for coming in. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good night. You too. Okay, that takes us to the end of our work today, to the jury. And I have just a minute, so I wanted to give you just an advisement now that you're a couple days into evidence and learning about, some of you've done jury service before, but learning about it. And I don't want you to feel daunted by tracking all the evidence. And you just have to do your best and do it in good faith. Know this, that when this case goes into the deliberation room, here's what you're going to have. You're going to have copies of jury instructions. You're going to have access to all the exhibits that are admitted. You will be able to ask the court reporter to read back any testimony. You will have your own personal notes, and you will have your fellow jurors. This will happen after closing arguments by the lawyers and after I've read those legal instructions to you. So when right now you're just listening to evidence, you're taking it in, and you're going to have a point in time when you go into deliberations to piece it all together. That's how it works. So I know if you haven't done this before, it can be a little overwhelming on what's the pace of this and so forth. Right now, focus, take it in, know that there's so many things coming that is going to provide a structure for your final work. So I just wanted to give you a peace of mind on that. So let's do this. Next week is a full week, and so Monday's June 1st. And I want to start Monday at 10 o'clock. Normally we start at 9:30, but Monday is going to be 10 o'clock.
and it'll be 10 to 4:30, a regular day, other than we're going to start 30 minutes late. All right? So the other thing is, just to give you an advisement, there's no need to obviously you can't research, you can't discuss, you're not forming any hard opinions, but there's no need to think about this case when you're not here. That keeps you fresh for when you are here. So if you dwell on it and so forth, if you find yourself doing that, it's not necessary. You don't need to do that. Don't take it home with you, right? So when you come here, you give it everything you have and be fresh for it, okay? So that's just another tip on how to do jury service. All right, I think we're set. So leave your IDs, your badges, and your notepads turned down, and I'll see you ready to start at 10 o'clock on Monday. Thank you, everyone, for your service today.